Mages play completely different roles in battle. The same goes for vehicles. Sniper and assault tank destroyers are designed for completely different actions on the battlefield. Don't rush to the front line in a sniper TD, and don't stand behind everyone in an assault TD, even though the vehicle type is the same. We won't cover every role here since their names speak for themselves. Just know that tanks within one vehicle type can play differently. What exactly should you research? What types, roles, and branches suit newcomers best of all? Generally speaking, any. But it's probably best to choose breakthrough heavy tanks or assault heavy tanks as your first branch. They forgive your mistakes and, most importantly, help you to get to grips with the gameplay basics. Heavy tanks are the skeleton that the teams and the whole battle are built around. That doesn't mean other types and roles are worse. You can always start with medium tanks or tank destroyers, but it'll be easier to learn the ropes playing in the IS-4, IS-7, E100, or 60TP. To purchase a tank, you need to research it using XP accumulated in the previous vehicle in the branch. Then purchase it for credits and recruit a crew if you need to. Don't recruit a new crew for each tank. It's usually enough to retain your crew from the previous tank to the next one. The next step is module research. Players call vehicles stock and top. Pretty much any vehicle only reaches its full potential when it's top, meaning all its modules are researched. Players often research a new gun first of all, and then everything else. There are many ways to accelerate your research of a vehicle branch. Blueprints provide you a big discount on research. For free XP, you can research modules or even a new tank. Premium account and personal reserves will help you earn XP and credits faster. Joining a good clan that activates clan reserves often will also help. Missions and Battle Pass will allow you to earn a lot of useful resources. Sometimes you can also go to your depot and sell vehicles, modules, or shells you don't need. Premium vehicles will come in handy for earning credits for purchasing vehicles, equipment, and other things. You receive them in top state. You can assign any crew from a vehicle of the same nation and type to a premium vehicle without any penalties to perk efficiency. Premium vehicles are always available for purchase for gold or money, but there are several ways to get them for free. First, Battle Pass seasons sometimes feature an additional chapter. Secondly, the Bond Shop also offers premium vehicles, among other things. Bonds are a currency that you can't buy. You need to earn them. They are earned in random battles with Tier 10s and Tier 9 premium vehicles and as rewards from battle passes, special events, and more. Don't confuse premium vehicles with reward vehicles. The latter also don't require module research, and the crews can be reassigned to them without penalties, but they don't have an increased credit and XP earning rate either. So we've chosen a branch and purchased a tank. How do you equip it for battle? There are two classic consumable sets. The first is cheaper, small repair kit and first aid kit, and a fire extinguisher. The second set is for playing for result. Large repair kit, first aid kit, and a food consumable for the crew. Most tanks are most effective with this set. If you're looking for an alternative to a food consumable, consider any type of fuel. It will improve engine power and traverse speed. Your equipment selection depends on the type and specific vehicle. Improved hardening is almost a must-have for heavy tanks. Turbocharger is useful for all vehicles, but especially for medium tanks. Coated optics helps light tanks the most. And almost all tanks with cyclic loading can't do without gun rammer. The optimal loadout can change from one vehicle to another. Crew perks also depend on one vehicle type, but to a lesser extent. For example, Brothers in Arms and Repairs are useful for all tanks in the game, while Concealment shouldn't be trained first for many vehicles. Field Modification is additional tuning for an elite vehicle that has all its modules and next vehicles in the branch researched. But the key isn't just equipping your vehicle correctly, it's mastering how to play it. Focus on your tank's type and role. In a heavy tank, position yourself on the front line. Learn how to absorb damage and trade shots efficiently. Be where your team needs you. Play your role, play smart, and watch how your skills naturally improve. That's it for today. See you soon.
Greetings tankers, I'm Adam Snowgrove and I'm here to walk you through the World of Tanks highlights in July. Ready for action? Here's what's coming our way. Summer Festival with some hot seasonal rewards, AMD Onslaught tournaments and global map news, extra chapters in Battle Pass, Frontline, Boostroid updates, major holidays in the USA and France, and an early warning about World of Tanks at Gamescom, which will be hosted in Cologne, Germany in August. So, strap in commanders, it's going to be a wild ride. Tankers, all aboard the Summer Festival Express. We've got a special railway-themed event coming to World of Tanks. In mid-July, you can take a short journey by claiming daily tickets, including one completely free, and earn rewards at every stop. Complete missions, unlock free customization elements, and discover premium vehicles, crew books, and more at fair prices. Each station also boosts discounts on a special top offer. So remember, the Summer Festival is steaming in soon. Summer is here and the heat is on, but there's no need to work up a sweat, you just need to dress for the season. The Summer Customization storefront is already live and will be running through to the end of August, bringing a fresh lineup of 2D styles to both the premium shop and the in-game store, available for in-game gold and real money. Don't forget, new 2D styles drop every Tuesday and 3D customization elements rotate every Friday. So check back weekly and stay sharp this beach season. I'm gonna destroy you, you little... To kick off the month for tournaments, the AMD Intercontinental Invitational will take place on July 5th and 6th, with Twitch drops, of course, enabled. Watch to see teams from Europe, North America, and China compete for the crown. Later, you can get ready for some high-stakes onslaught as top teams from North America and Europe, August 2nd and 3rd, battle it out in the AMD OLC. So catch explosive matches live on the official World of Tanks channels. Support your region, claim your drops, and witness the very best clash in true competitive style. I managed to get some exclusive info for you. There is going to be a special Battle Pass event this July, but all I know so far is that it will be called the Heroes' Paths. Two iconic heroes at once will share their stories. Each tale unfolds in its own additional chapter. The Heroes' Paths await, and it's up to you how to traverse them. Who these characters are? You'll find out very soon. Here comes a quick fire round of some more dates to look out for in July. The battle for territory is raging on in Global Map Season 22, running from May 19th through July 5th. Rally your clan and take your shot at domination before the season ends. Frontline is back, running from July 28th through August 4th. Same rules, same multi-stage objectives, but there's a new twist this summer. Mentoring licenses are now part of the progression rewards. Here's another date to mark in your calendar. The World of Tanks and Boostroid subscription drop scheduled for July 1st will feature exclusive rewards that will bring the vacation vibe straight to your garage, with a brand new 2D style and 2 themed decals, all evoking sunny holidays by the sea and ocean. Check the World of Tanks portal on July 1st for more details. And now, for dessert, Boostroid has provided us with 15 free cloud gaming subscriptions with 1 month access to the service. And we will be giving them all away! Just write what you're looking forward to the most in July in the comment section and add your nickname, and if you're lucky, we'll send you the code direct to your in-game chat. So, good luck, Commanders! The good old US of A is celebrating its Independence Day on July 4th, and we'll also be holding a star-spangled event to mark the occasion. That means theme missions, customizations, and drops in a special event running from July 4th through July 8th, along with special offers rolling out in a premium shop. But that's not the only major holiday event, because Viva la France! Our francophile friends can feel fully confident that on July 14th, we'll also be celebrating Bastille Day. Again, the details are still under wraps, but rest assured, here at World of Tanks, we love the storming of a formidable fortification such as the Bastille. So you can expect Twitch drops, missions with dedicated customization elements, including a new 2D style, and special offers It's formidable! And finally, here's some advance warning on something coming up in August. World of Tanks will be heading for the Colonel Messer Convention Center in Cologne for Gamescom. And on August 21st, we'll have an epic one-day offline event complete with a live stream, giveaways, heavy tanks, and heavy music. That's right, the legendary Sabaton will rock out on our stage. If you want to see them, hurry up and buy tickets for Gamescom. And it doesn't stop there. On the following day, on August 22nd, at a separate venue in Cologne, we'll be throwing a player party. Whether you're tuning in or turning up, Gamescom is where the action is. We can't wait to see you there. And that's our rundown of the main events in July. Don't forget to write a comment with your nickname below and then keep checking your in-game chat for a chance to win a Boost Story subscription. For example, guess who will be in those Battle Pass chapters? Hit the like button and see you next time. Cheerio!
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powered services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the AMD World of Tanks Intercontinental Invitational. Together we advance. This tournament is obviously sponsored by our summer partner AMD. Hey Ducky, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Phil. I'm ready to see exactly where all these teams match up and ready for another international tournament and see who comes out ahead.
Yeah, I mean, for the early birds in Europe or the people that watch from Asia or North America, we already had two matches earlier today. The matches between the group stage NA and Chinese teams, and both of them were won by the North American teams. Did you have the chance to take a look at them?
No, not yet, but I think the score lines were pretty convincing, at least for one of those. The match against GCAT was a pretty clean affair for North America, and we were at least expecting 1-1 to, I think I voted for 1-1 to win their match as well, but that didn't end up happening either.
Yeah, so Burbology played against 1-1 and they won 4-2. I watched the match and there was a bit of back and forth. 1-1 took 2 rounds on Himmelsdorf pretty well. But yeah, the Stacked versus GCAT match was very one-sided. Maybe they could have won like 1 round in Westfield, but overall good stuff by the team. And I mean, Stacked, I think, was the most convincing team from North America ahead of this tournament. But yeah, talking about the bracket, obviously we'll have 2 groups with 1 team from each server per group. So W representing Europe, we have Burbology from an A, 1 from China, and the same in the other group, Cashback coming from the European OLS, Stacked from the OLF, obviously 3 times winner now, and GCAT winning the WCL in China. So then the winners of the groups will play against the second places in the semifinals tomorrow, and then obviously the semi-finalist winners against each other in the final, and then we will crown the winner, who will take home the majority of the prize pool. And we mentioned we had 2 matches already, so 4 matches left. What are the matches you're most excited about?
To be honest, after Stacked's result against, I mean, to be honest, it's hard to pick one, but if I had to say, I think it's probably either Cashback versus Stacked or 1-1 versus W. Just because, you know, 1-1 was the second place team at WCI, right? So we want to see how well they watch the European region, how they match up, and preparation for the future as well, right, Phil?
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's an interesting thing to consider that those teams have basically had 3 seasons of tournaments in between now. But yeah, the prize pool, obviously we have no difference between 3rd and 4th place. So those teams get 1,000 euros each. Second place gets 2,000, and the winner takes half of the prize pool. Of the 8,000 total, they get 4,000. We'll have to see who gets eliminated today after the group stage. So 5th and 6th place will be the 3rd place teams of the group stage. But I'm expecting there to be a good competition, and I hope neither of the team will go down without a fight.
Anything can happen. Upsets are potentially the point as well of a tournament like this, but the bonus prize, of course, Phil, is the AMD CPU, the 19800X3D, a very bold and powerful CPU, thanks to AMD, which, you know, W, they could add it to their secondary computers at that point, right?
Yeah, I mean, I heard some of them already put them in their machines, and they're very satisfied with it. But it's a long way to the top, and they'll have to make sure that they dominate both today and tomorrow. And as you can see, tomorrow we'll have juicy mystery drops. Today, obviously, the group stage matches will happen, and then tomorrow you can get a tier 8 premium tank, premium time, or camouflage. So definitely tune in at 13 UTC.
It is going to be a lot that to be decided, but first up, GCAT coming in. You can see their jerseys indicating that WCI participation. Who is the highlight we should watch out for, Phil?
I mean, if we look at the players, there's one player that actually changed jersey on the right side, Hey. He's the main damage dealer, in my opinion, from the WCL stats. He was close to playing E50M, Centurion, so he kind of takes the supportive or aggressive medium tank role. I've also seen him play some light tanks, but I guess talking about light tank, we have one of the best, if not the best, light tank player here in Cashback, Liberty himself, and the man in the middle, Barbarian. I guess a bit of a jack of all trades, but we saw a lot of great games by him in T57s and Forge Bs. So one new face, you saw it on the left side, Beast, who was initially playing OCS with the Weekend, has now joined the team. But the man of the hour, goat emojis everywhere. Barbarian with nearly 3.3k average damage during the OLS. Great pen rate, and I mentioned before, great expertise with the autoloaders as well.
Yeah, he's really a jack of all trades. And Hey, the highlight player for GCAT, pretty good KD, damage, pen ratio, and his favorite tanks, Batchat, CS, and T57, kind of a jack of all trades as well. But for Cashback, Phil, I think it's, you know, they want to go on a revenge arc here, right? I mean, winning this tournament wouldn't undo what happened in OLS, but it would be a start.
Yeah, I mean, Cashback is 3 times in a row now second place after first Mafia and now twice W. So I feel like they kind of have to show a bit that they are still to be considered one of the favorites, but definitely the community prediction put them in the role of that. So 97% in favor of the European team. And especially after GCAT showing a fairly lackluster performance in the first match today, there might be not a lot to argue with this prediction.
No, I think that's, I mean, a bit too biased towards Cashback, but when we look at the Chinese region, we are looking at 1-1 as the team to carry the hopes there, right? And GCAT as a potential team that could do an upset, so I think for them, their hopes are also in 1-1, putting the performance on the board as they did at the WCI last year's map pick. And bans, however, coming in, Pilsen and Sujianki being banned respectively by GCAT and Cashback. Then Cliff coming out his very first one by GCAT. Now that, I think, is a brave choice to take against Cashback to start with.
Yeah, they had great openings, always on Cliff. We'll have to see if GCAT can give some good resistance towards. And Ensk, definitely a map that we knew Cashback was very comfortable on. They actually decided to not play it a lot during the previous or last season, but maybe now they regained some momentum on it, some confidence. Westfield, Ghost Town and Sand River all being banned. Do you think this might be related to the match being played on the US Central server? And those are maps where it's more like long distance fighting?
I wouldn't say so. I think for Cashback it shouldn't matter. Maybe for GCAT a little bit. I think you adjust really well to those ping differences though, Phil. So I don't know. I think this is just preference.
Okay. So Himmelsdorf as the potential third map and Murvanker as the tiebreaker map. Definitely maps that we are all very well aware of, and nothing crazy, nothing new. Definitely looking forward to see what happens on Cliff. You mentioned it, very explosive map, and the openings and the decision making at the beginning can be very critical. So GCAT needs to make sure that they're not immediately dropping this 2-0, because coming back on Ensk against Cashback is definitely not an easy task. No, that is indeed the case. I'm very excited to see. Prediction-wise, Phil, though, how heavily did you lean toward? I think I went with 4-0.
Okay, that's. I was just wondering. I think I did 4-1 still, since a little bit of respect. But yeah, I want to see what GCAT, of course, can bring here. I think for them, the sad part is that you wanted them to pick up points against NA, and then put NA in the position where they need to beat EU. However, now they're kind of in that position.
Well, here you go. Everyone with a bit of a different result, but I think we are all on the same page when it comes to who we expect to be the winner.
Bias casters vote for European teams as European casters. Fire them.
All of them.
Literally. Including Moff. He's not here, but we're firing him anyways.
I mean, Baby voted as well, and I think he also had a 4-0 for Cashback, so we'll have to see. Enough of the jibber jabber lineups now. We have Cashback coming in on the, what it seems like, northern side. So Cashback with triple 50B, 1277, double CS and Liberty in the Tessak. I'm not sure if I agree with this choice.
He switched.
Yeah, he switched. So triple CS now, and then we have double BZ, one IS7, double 430U, an RHM, and CS on the sides of GCAT.
Initial split. You see Aka and Liberty going very wide to dodge the play, and a little bit of counterplay there already. They see ISET, but they do not know about the follow-up. So GCAT here probably thinking that there's 6 tanks on the lower side, not anticipating the double CS that will be coming behind this. Hayango will spot it out at some point, hopefully.
Actually, he did. Right? Like, now only... Oh, I think ISET crashed. He just lost 2,000 HP, did you see?
Yeah, he may have just jumped off the cliff indeed. Kiss needs to be careful though. He's going to start getting clipped out by Twilight in the back, but so far the damage lackluster, not really existing whatsoever. Now there's some coming out, but he goes despotted though. That said, onslaught modifiers coming in. Those 50Bs now running out of steam, and GCAT already on the push back across with the 430U, with the I7. They have to be careful though. There's 4 tanks here from Cashback. More of them now arriving. It's a little bit of a train delayed in the reaction from the rest of the team. Shuage and Ren already pushing in. Brainbreaker, Twilight are going to be able to take the strike, at least in front of these players from GCAT, as the Hill is currently in a 2v2 scenario as well. The BZ's now coming in, but this might be bad for that 430U, who's surrounded by the guns of Cashback. He's going to be down and out rather quickly. They luckily enough have another one, but Little's the first one. There goes the 430U. Ren and that IS-7 now out as well, but Xayo Hey from the top with that 430U is now the very important playmaker for GCAT.
Yeah, you can see Brainbreaker has a bunch of HPs to spare, but he doesn't want to be standing in front of this 430U, kind of being farmed completely for free. The HPs are still fairly even. GCAT down a tank, obviously, but Cashback has the 50Bs. The 50Bs are soon to be reloaded. You can see Barbarian getting closer again. The BZ might actually get tracked there, and then it's only 1.3k HP left, so the clip of the 50B would definitely be enough. You can see on the hill, the fight is continuing. Liberty dropped quite low, will take another strike, so GCAT might be able to decide the hill for themselves, but you'll definitely have to see how the RHM here performs against the CS.
Yeah, that 430U driving forward again, Phil. Ooh, Liberty. And the RHM just sliding down. Remember, ooh, the big bounce there. You remember this 430U of Sayo Hey? He drove forward to get a shot and he took a lot of damage in return from that. That was a mistake from that man, because he lost about 1000 HP while the BZ was pretty much dead anyways, right? Phil, let's be realistic.
got the reload onto him, so Cashback still with a bit of an HP advantage. Brainbreaker managed to bounce the shot from Hey, and I think the 430U got unspotted again, but now the question is, will they be able to pick him up? He gets spotted shooting through the bush, and now Twilight has the cap of the RT strike, so the advantage in like 5 seconds of time might actually be able to... Do you think he will try to...
No, I think it would be a mistake.
I mean, it's a safe kill if you hit him, but it's the fastest tanks. They spotted him now using the spotting tower, missed. And I think he even got the strike, so that was definitely a big risk to take. But yeah, the 277 is moving forward. You can see him on G1. And I think he might try to craft an angle that, where you usually put a 50B. I'll have to see if Barbarian takes another shot. He doesn't actually. He would have been a one-shot for the RHM. RHM misses as well. So now Barbarian puts in the first one, puts in the second one. Good kill pickup. 600 HP left on GCAT only.
And I think Kister ends up hitting the shot against Isaac, but dying after the strike, even missing as well. And now it's 1-on-4. And going back, Phil, to that 430 at F2, if he let his BZ die and was just chilling at over 1000 HP behind that rock, I think GCAT would have this game in the bag, honestly. He would be not killable.
Like, Cashback lost 2000 HP for no reason, plus the position. Like, you really want your CS to be tucked in behind this like D3, D4 position, where you end up more or less being safe, being able to give shots whenever you want. So him obviously not disconnecting as he continued playing and he is still alive. Yeah, lost the position and ended up with like minus 1.9k or something. So bit of a mistake by Isaac.
Yeah, that's the slight thing there, though. You have to react slightly earlier to, you know, like pressing your key.
You can't argue that with 130.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't slide down there. Nonetheless, that's kind of a skill issue.
No. But yeah, I think Barbarian and the 50B, and I think Twilight as well, they did a really good job evacuating when it was needed and staying alive, keeping their HP together for the remaining part of the later stages of the game. And you can see Barbarian, 6000 damage, 4 kills. Twilight as well with 3 clips done, 5.2k damage. Brainbreaker soaking up the damage when needed, penning his shots, really well done. And yeah, I said you can see he made his impact in the later stages of the game, stayed alive, but he only took 2 shots and in the end he was on 300 HP. So that was a bit of a blunder here from his side.
They could have 100% lost their game off of this, you know, like I said, if the first of all, there's a few things in this round, right? We go back to it. The 430 IS-7 combination of Ren and Shuage were pushed in kind of early, right? Either they were early or the rest of the team was late, because then the other 430U came with the BZ. If they all went together at once, they would have won this 1-2 fight much cleaner since the 50Bs were on reload, since they were trying to clip out on the hill. Then ISET's drop probably wouldn't matter if they do it properly. And then later on the 4th, going forward, taking 1,000 damage. If he's 1.4k HP behind that rock or even 1,000, they cannot dig him out from that position. It's impossible.
I mean, he should have been on like 2.8k or something like that, even if he takes a shot. And he didn't, right? He was on full HP and just dropped. So, like, he dropped down to 1,000 damage, plus he didn't have the position. So he had to recover and he had to drive behind this big rock where there is a bush. But it's not as good of a position, and you cannot really rejoin towards the fight on the 1-2 line. So that's definitely something that shouldn't happen. I guess we can just say it's the first game. Maybe he hasn't been used to the ping. But you remember the Pilsen game where he missed the shot on the EBR? Sometimes you just need to perform in those moments.
Wow. Phil's bringing the receipts. Jesus. But yeah, that was first round of Cliff. It was a close affair, but it ends up being Cashback getting ahead with this one. Will it convert the second? We don't know. According to Phil, they'll convert all 4.
I mean, let's be honest. If there's a 4-0 scoreline in the end, then this was definitely one of the matches that could have been the 1 point that you predicted. But let's not try to get ahead of ourselves. This was just the first round, and I'm not sure if you watched the WCL, the Chinese playoffs, but GCANT is actually a super resilient team. They ended up on the second last day of the playoffs, losing in the upper bracket final 7-0 against 1-1. And then they had to, on the next day, play the lower bracket final and the final, more or less directly after each other. And then they ended up in a tiebreaker match, 6-6 on match point. And they decided that match to their favor. So they really have nerves of steel if it has to come to that. But yeah, second round so far only. We see a mouse being picked by Twilight. Triple BZ.
Last team that picked a mouse, I think, was W, right?
Yeah, and then they drove in on the 2 line. So interesting choice. They have 4 BZs, a CS and an STRV, so very defensive lineup. On the other hand, we have an E50M, we have a Batchat, Force B, T100 Lite, and triple BZ. So for the people that are not familiar with that, the light tank choice usually, like the T100 light tank, is usually just there to have a lower profile on the, E6 crossing. So if there is a tank aiming, it has a harder time than hitting, for instance, an RHM, which has a much bigger silhouette. And obviously you'll not have any random auto bounces on the side or back of the tank. He seems to have made it up, taking 1 shot from the mouse. I guess that's an acceptable result, and GCAT coming in now, getting the tower as well, so they should have the whole picture, all the information available.
I mean, the light's going to be annoying for this STRV though. Ooh, Barbarian with a big peak in that BZ, but this light tank will be annoying in the grand scheme of things. Double BZ now taking the hill though. How much damage do they receive for this? Not that much. I said and Aka getting up there, starting to take positions around the map. The mouse now driving in on the 1-2 lines as well. We'll find some damage from this Forge B. We did a decent amount of shooting. Doesn't pop his ability either. Wants to keep it. So now Ren and Liz are taking the hill back. It's a 3v2 there. Kid's now holding the ramp. And I would say from GCAT, it's not that bad right now. The 50M crossing back over as well towards 1-2 line. Taking a lot of damage for that though.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the T100, it's not that easy for the T100 with the low alpha gun, especially against the heavy tanks, to recharge his ability. So yes, he can spot the STRV, but the STRV hasn't taken any damage, so the T100 did not get a lot of recharge, and now you see exactly the problem. There is a commitment of 3 versus 3 tanks, and you just don't have the firepower in this.
No, and Steven Hender's trying to get a shot, but you know, he's backing off now. Brainbreaker's just gonna go for it. Ren, who is trying to shield, is now fallen back down towards the 1 shot, and the, like you said, the extreme amounts of firepower mismatch on top of this hill is working against the side of GCAT, and Liberty with a stunner from the G2 position will shut down that light tank, and hill domination has been asserted.
Yeah, and now good stuff coming in from Cashback. Really well doing this focus fire one by one. You can see they dropped first tank, they dropped the second tank, they ignored the remaining one. Great ram there by Brainbreaker. And this also eliminated another strike coming in, and Cashback now with more than double the HP should be fairly comfortable picking up the second round of Cliff.
Pretty solid round for them overall. This commit on the hill there from GCAT to try and get some shots, putting their T100 in a bad position, and they had to try and save him, and then they all died for it, which, yeah, wasn't that great. They were doing good on the lower side, though. Like, this mouse of Twilight had, I don't think, really any game impact whatsoever, but when you lose the middle and lose the hill...
didn't either, right? Like...
I mean, his DPG went up.
Yeah, maybe, but... he didn't really do anything for the game. Like you can see right now, he might do one shot. Okay, one more extra shot, plus 3 or 4 into the mouse. So let's say we subtract 400 damage from his round, and we'll see how much actual damage he did.
Well, I mean, he got to farm a mouse, so probably at least 2k, to be honest.
Yeah, but the E50M was shooting it as well. Either way, good stuff by Cashback. I have to say, at the very beginning, the focus fire as well from the tanks of GCAT was not really on point. You remember that Barbarian peeked over and he lost like, I think like 1500 HP, and then there was at least one BZ that could decide to shoot whoever he wants, and he just took the first target instead of shooting the low HP, and then Barbarian survived with like 700. So like those smaller mistakes can be fixed, and then the matches might be a bit closer. But yeah. You said it, good farming onto the mouse by the Fosh B, but if everyone else loses on the other side...
a surprising amount of damage here for never being on screen.
I think he just...
He was in G2, he was in G2 pocket, like
yeah.
where the 43 was last game, so that's a lot of damage from being in that position.
No, I think he just managed to really like do the damage on sniping. You can see like 3.3k sniped plus 1000 with his strikes, so that's 4 strikes or like multiple hits.
250 strikes.
Yeah, or he hit multiple people with the same strike. But yeah, good stuff coming in, and I think the BZs as well. You can see all of the shots were penetrated that hit, and maybe a couple of shots at the beginning on the driving light tank. If you bounce those or you don't hit them, that's not a problem. And yeah, the T100, this is just the problem. You don't get your plane back reliably. He has 800 spot and just 1 shot of damage. And you don't have the firepower.
Also nobody to shoot that SCRV though. When you have the Fosh B on the lower side, you have only 1 BZ in the middle, and you have the rest basically on the hill. You have to overpeak to shoot the S3UV, which they did at some point, and then they got repushed and all died.
Yeah, and I think the SRV did not get any penetrating hit. He actually didn't take any shot. Like, he didn't even bounce anything. So hits received 0. And yeah, I mean, just in this case, just not very well coordinated. Either way, next map will be a bit of a different flavor. We have Ensk for you. And Ensk, we can definitely expect a bit of a heavier setup. Maybe some American tank destroyers. Maybe we see actually a 268. We could potentially have a couple of mouse tanks again, or maybe an E100. T57s could also be flavor of the day. And I think the only tank that is kind of like on every map, sometimes more, sometimes less, is the Fosh B. So we'll have to see how the teams are prepared and what they are cooking.
Yeah, this is still the map where a lot of different things are possible, right? In terms of lineups, we saw mouses, like you said, American tank destroyers in the celebration of July 4th. And then GCAT is bringing those other tank destroyers still. So Cashback bringing the double mouse, the 758, the 268, double D4, and the... well, that was at the SAG, but it got switched out to a 1-1B. In turn, GCAT with a very different kind of approach with the mouse, 57, 1-1B of their own, Bliskavitz, and triple Fosh B.
Yeah, which lineup do you prefer?
I'd pick Cashbacks in this. Like, GCAT's lineup needs to push something and find the kill to work, while Cashback's lineup can still do anything, you know? Like, and it's pretty good against Hold and against Fosh Bs.
Playing with Fosh Bs against, like, 705A and 268, if there's a competent player playing against you, it's not that easy to just make your shot.
Especially not on ping.
Exactly. And it's not like you have a situation where like there's an unexperienced player that drives out sideways with ability activated in a 268 Vision 4. Like, all those players that are playing here are expected to basically do close to the best possible performance in their respective vehicles. So there are no freebies.
This first B peeking out wide, though, getting even lucky that Little does not penetrate that. He's now going to pull back, but that was brave there from First B in the north. Peeking sideways, Little lets one go, doesn't connect. Probably not too happy about that one. Mouse is just trading off. And immediately GCAT pulling everything back towards the south.
Yeah. So do you think it's worth to decap the RT strike? Just for timing?
No. I mean, if you want to repush south, I think it's worth to decap the info more than the ID.
No.
Like, if you really want to repush, you put it on the info so you get like 5 extra seconds.
Okay, now we can see the force are spotted, so are the tank destroyers in the back, everyone but the Force B. That is a bit delayed again. This two-wave approach that we were criticizing on Cliff, not really done very consistently here. Now the focus fire needs to be on point. You can see Liz decided to completely ignore Brainbreaker, who is still on 1.6k HP, but there are a lot of tanks in the back, so Brainbreaker should drop, first one to fall. And you can see the reinforcements have not really arrived from Cashback.
No, but it's actually pretty good. They've managed to focus out that 705A. They keep the gun alive as well, and now they're trying to keep those guns, get those reloads, and then re-pressure something across the map. And in the meantime, though, their 1-1B getting repushed by the E4 of Little. That's bad for that 1-1B, because once the E4 gets into that face hug, it becomes really annoying to deal with. Liz now with ability peeking out, trying to get the clip out, but those mouses, they are proving to be a little difficult. Bounces the first, bounces the second, the third one connects, but that is not a good clip from that Forge B. But the Blitzkavitze not bouncing. Twilight goes down. Akka now surrounded. The HP pool starting to drop. That is a healthy mouse, but those die all the same when they get surrounded from numerous angles. And that clip potential from the side of GCAT starting to work. They're still down in HP, though. They have to find these kills, and Kiss tries to get the kill on Akka before Shurgate dies. He does do that, and the 1-1B in the meantime from GCAT is also able to disengage from Little. If he can survive, that would be pretty impactful as well.
Yeah, I said now in a bit of a tricky situation. Two autoloaders trying to focus him out. He gets tracked. He does not have the reload, but Renren only has one shot left, so I said will survive. Puts in another shot. You can see the HPs still slightly in favor of Cashback, but they're 2 guns down.
Yeah, and in the meantime, though, Little does find out 1-1B in a very important kill that could have been a big difference maker there. Liberty trying to clip out against, trying to shoot against this Fudge B while getting clipped out in return. And CR Hay is on the hunt there in his own Fudge B together with Ren. They know that they could potentially find this 1-1B of Liberty, and he's spotted crossing over as well. He doesn't take a shot though, but this Fudge B might be on time to give at least one. Liberty taking the road out. Can they get a shot? No, but he's also locked in that part of the map though.
Yeah, and the RT strikes now will be critical because the E4 of Little has only 200 HP left. Barbarian picks up a great kill. Well done by the veteran player here in the E4, but this looks very tricky to win now. For
Cashback, it's very tricky indeed, because you mentioned it already. There is this problem for them, and it's called Little right now, right? Sure, the 1-1B didn't find the kill, which would have been huge for GCAT, but they now have the opportunity to do it in combination with the info. Little can not do anything.
I think that was the strike.
Yeah, that was the strike. He was trying to take the info. He just dies for that. I think he wanted to utilize his strike.
Good shot here by Liberty.
He'll find another. He'll find another.
Ooh, this is still playable now. And he will have a good vision on the Foch B as well, like timing-wise.
Yeah, but the Foch B has an ability, though, that's pretty good. Xero Hay is now charging in to this position. He misses, though. He'll start healing, but now he's in trouble himself. He's down towards the one-shot. Liberty starting to become really annoying. Barbarian finds the kill.
Picks him up.
Yeah. Finds the kill there against that Blitzkavitze peeking. Xero Hay does not heal past the one-shot marker, but look at that Foch B in the east. This is an important one yet again, because what is coming off of cooldown there is the strike.
Yeah, and even with the strike, it's not that easy if Liberty manages to pick up the first B here.
Liberty does find the first B, and now though Ren is holding this angle, he could surprise Barbarian. Does he find him? He does find the ass of Barbarian. The kill as well puts him down, holds the off angle even. But now Liberty is hunting yet again, and he will find Ren out in the open, and he will flick it. He will find it as well. The strike will miss, actually. It will miss, and that puts this first B without the heal ability as well.
And there's a strike available for Liberty now, so 370.
Oh, he has the heal, he has the heal, he has the heal.
He will heal up to a bit over it, but with a strike, Liberty only needs to put one shot into the first B.
Sure, but they're going to play the striking game now. Like, this is 4 minutes is a long time, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, definitely...
the first B needed to
favor?
hit. Yes, the first B needed to hit this strike, by the way. He had to hit the strike. The reason why is because now he's always in the... like, he has to... If Liberty goes for the info, which he's not right now, Liberty can play info, strike, and then strike and info yet again, right? Which means that this first B will need to take the strike himself and then hold it until Liberty starts taking one of the points, if Liberty opts for that.
Liberty doesn't have to take the info, because the moment the force drives into the strike, which is obviously the one that gets available first, so on like 20 seconds difference, then he knows where the force is.
Yeah, but he will have to blind strike now, though, to deny this if he wants to play it that way.
We'll see.
You got the problem with that? Like, now he has to blind strike if he wants to deny it, or accept the fact that he will have a strike.
Okay, he has not placed the strike yet. Okay, so both players have the strike now. Both players are 2-shot for each other, but the strike will make either of them a 1-shot. I think that's a good angle for Liberty to hold. He misses the shot.
He's gonna try and sidescape this though.
Connects.
Yeah, the best part is, did Liberty miss his strike? He did miss his strike.
No, he has not put it
No,
yet.
no, he missed it. He missed it. Like,
no, he just did 400 damage with the strike.
No, he just shot him. Ooh. Under the rails, actually. No, Liberty 100% missed the strike. He actually missed it because he shot him driving in.
Okay, well, good stuff. Very interesting ending here. Either way, good stuff by the Ukrainian players, kind of like crawling it back. And I have to say, this looked much easier, or looked like it was supposed to be much easier for GCAT. They clawed it back. They managed to secure the round, but Barbarian really, with his, like, I think 6-7 shots in the end, was able to nearly bring it back, because he picked up 2 of them and did another shot of good damage. So this could have ended up very different.
What a shot under the rails though from that first B.
Yeah.
The funny thing is that the strike actually helps him a lot in that scenario, because to remind everybody, the strike also destroys objects, right? So it also destroys train wagons. And because of that, he was able to perma-spot Liberty behind the wagon, right? Because the wagon is destroyed, which means that he was looking for the outline, and he did find it under the rails as well.
Okay, so a bit of a misplay.
I don't know why he didn't go for
info
info, though, if you're Liberty.
Take the info tower.
I don't know why he didn't go for the info tower when...
Maybe he thought that there's like an angle where the Force can give him a shot on the way towards it. Like, you know, when you're holding this angle in between
but he can hold this angle as well, and he can have the strike ready, so he's not really in trouble. You know, he shoots, pulls back, puts the strikes, and wins the game.
No. Okay, we can take a quick look at the post-game stats.
Yeah, the 758 didn't really do much at all.
I mean, he did 1 shot of damage. He bounced a couple shots, but that was kind of it.
Yeah, but like even if he hits both shots, it's 1.3. It's not really a great result. We saw that Barbarian, we talked about him, 6.4k damage. Very good result.
He did
10. Yeah. Biggest issues there, you know, like that 705A, and then the mouse getting surrounded of Aka. You saw that as well. Like, he was trying to help Brainbreaker, but then he kind of just like got focused out and died from angles. And in return for GCAT, biggest issue there was that one Forge B. I think, yeah, Liz really struggling to get that clip out in that Forge B, holding onto the shots as well, only being able to really connect 4 of them, which is not good enough for a Forge B.
No. But also, like Barbarian being picked up by the, I think the T-57 was very critical towards the end of the game. So if Barbarian maybe could have been able to survive for a bit longer, and
there's a lot of like small stuff there that almost changed the game, right? Like, you know, like Ren was that 57, right? But he also took 2 shots from Liberty before that, putting his Forge B to chase Liberty, if you remember. When they didn't need to do that. Does that make sense? Like they also didn't need to. Like they had strike, right? And they had the tank advantage. So when he's up low, then they had to chase again. There's a lot of like small stuff there that could have gone either way.
No, for sure. Now we can see we loaded into the second round, and GCAT is currently hovering 4 Forge Bs. That would be quite interesting, especially as this is not really a tank where I feel like it profits too much from the essence of an Inspire tank, because you don't get less intra clip.
I don't think so either.
A mouse and an E4. On the other hand, we have 1 Forge B for Barbarian, Liberty again in the 1-1B. Brainbreaker again in a tank that is kind of holding steady position, like a super heavy IS-4, and then 3 E4s for Little, Arca, and Twilight.
Immediately GCAT sending all of the forces towards the city. Catchback and return, pretty similar. They have Liberty trying to spot out somebody. He will not find anything. Maybe we'll find Renman there on the outside in the mouse. If he could get a shot as well, it'd be great for the Inspire, of course. And I don't think they're able to do that with at least not Liberty. He gets some assist damage.
Little gave him one.
But look at these Forge Bs just plowing down the one line, Phil.
I think they should avoid confrontation before they don't have the info, because right now you can see the tanks have kind of been able to regroup, and if ISAT gets around the corner, there are a lot of guns aimed towards whoever drives in first on the side of GCAT.
They get some damage out though, and they do get the heal on the Forge B. Now this 268 V4 is, oof, that's a lot of damage. And now Shege also trying to back off. He cannot. ISAT starting to peek out. They do start trading off blow for blow. Now Liberty coming as well on this Forge B, looking rather isolated at this moment in time. Is now Cashback has opted for the repush. Kiss is dead. The second one's about to get kissed by death as well, as ISAT will put this one down. See here now trying to peek out. They're trying to get something out of this fight. Brainbreaker is about the best thing they're getting right now. Those Forge Bs are also just about to be reloading. So now Cashback with a pretty simple repush back into the city will wipe the floor with GCAT almost, who tried to go for the surprise, but who really ended up getting surprised is the big question.
Yeah, and you can see the moment the Forge Bs are out of steam and have to kind of overwhelm this big group of tanks, it's just you end up with this half a minute roughly of no damage coming in, because the reload is just too long, and in the meantime you have the E4 retaliating, you have the next E4, you have the 268 also providing crossfire, and Cashback very convincingly taking the second round here, making sure they're staying on the course that they wanted to, because definitely they didn't like dropping the previous round.
It's pretty interesting, like driving down one line with Forge B. I feel like they would have almost been better, Phil, in this scenario, to take everything they had there and not even touch the info point whatsoever and try to actually make a surprise. Because now, you know, some people were taking the strike, some people were taking info.
The jig was up already, right? Like 2 of the Forges got spotted.
Yeah, no, I mean, even before they got spotted, when they drove down one line, nobody was spotted. After they engaged, I said 2 of them were spotted, but then they also had...
No, like the IS-4 spotted 2 of them.
Did he?
Yeah, I'm just checking the post-game stats, and I'm pretty sure. But yeah, like, it was a good attempt, but in the end, I think it was just like, even without the surprise part, they just didn't pen their shots. Like, the first Forge B that died with 700 damage did 2 shots out of 7. So that's just not enough.
I mean, he's shooting at a V4 there, so and he's also like kind of alone. It's not a great scenario to be in as a Forge B player.
For sure, for sure.
You know, like you are separated from each other, even if you're like in the same 4 squares. It's like 2 people are on info and strike, 2 people are pushing forward, and then you have like people pushing down the rails at the same time.
But don't you think that if you feel like you have a shitty shot, just hold it for half a second longer? Like, it's not like they were being pushed in a way that they had to immediately fire, right? Like,
I mean, it depends on how good the shot was, right? If you're, when you're shooting at a V4,
I mean, just
like,
take a look. It's like 6-2, 8-3. This guy got only 4 shots out. I mean, this is probably the one that you can't blame because he's the one that drives in first, does what he can, maybe misses one on the move. But again, like the Forge B clips, there's one player that did his full clip. The other ones dropped like half
in
of
their
damage.
defense, they are shooting at annoying tanks, though. Still, they're like not wide peeking. They're not actually engaging. They're shooting at like side scraping tanks. And the problem is, if they don't take shots, they're not doing 6. You know, like if they wait too long, that they're not even shooting 6 times. They're shooting like 3 times, 4 times maybe, because they're playing against big alphas, right? E4s, V4s. They peak them, it's minus half the HP, you're out of ability, and then when they re-peak you, they kill you.
Well, this is how the cookie crumbles. Himmelsdorf is our next map. As we mentioned, we'll have a bit of a more brawl lineup map set up today because players wanted to avoid maybe like having to snipe with ping that they're not very comfortable with, or
Honestly, playing Forge B on ping is the bravest thing ever, because a V4 wiggling is very, very hard.
Yeah, but Himmelsdorf definitely also something where you can play the E4s and mouse tanks. You saw like none of the players on either side bounced or missed a shot in their E4 last round. So you just have that much alpha that you can just that much penetration that you can basically just, even if it goes a tiny bit somewhere else or a bit different timing, you should be fine. But I guess we are about to start into the next round. I see lots of Tessa covers again. I'm pretty much expecting this to happen every round, and we'll not see a single one.
Yeah, the Tessa kind of fallen out of meta.
But yeah, now we can take a look. It seems like Barbarian bringing back one of his favorites just about when I was saying that he switched to an E4. So 4 E4s on the side of Cashback, a 60 TP, a mouse, and Liberty in the 1-1B. Triple E100 for GCAT, double BC75, the 1-1B again, and the 268 version 4.
How do you end up utilizing the
BZs?
No, the E100s more. They're pretty.
I mean, the E100s.
The combination between BZ and E100 is a hard one.
Maybe you want to use the BZs to push into the E1 RT strike or something?
Yeah, they're pushing for the
or directly into the cap, maybe.
I just think, like, look at the minimap, right? So when this E100 meets these E4s, I feel like the E4s are like, this is fantastic for us.
Maybe the E100s, this is a cap strat where the E100s are just there to be a big meatball, like preventing anyone from taking the strike or preventing them from firing into the sights of the BZ75. You can see the 1-1B just joined as well. Now it will soon be a 3-person cap.
That was a lot of damage on Twilight there, crossing over the 8 line, down to 1.1. The BZs as well shooting, and now, yeah, the 1-1B is probably going to have to move in from Cashback side to decap or the 60p, and the mouse 15 seconds. They need to start thinking about this. This first E100 is already dead. Twilight picks up the kill.
They can't give the strike to Barbarian. Like, this is the whole essence of the strike. Nah. I mean, Barbarian will strike now. There will be decap. Obviously, the 60 TP is also close.
I think they were getting decapped either way.
Now it's just about fighting it out. Cashback is 5k HP up, and I think you mentioned it. The E100s have not the greatest time against E4s. There is a repush with the double BZ on the 1-1B, but as long as the E4s are inspired, they will make short work of the E100s. One of those German super heavy tanks is left. Liberty also still alive on 500 HP. One of the BZs just bounced the heat shell in the track, and with a HP advantage staying at roughly 6k, I think this game is pretty over.
Yeah, I mean, E100 versus E4, Phil, I think that always goes the way of the E4 in this kind of a fight, and then they would indeed need to deny the cap, like you said, but I think the 60p and mouse were already moving in to get a decap as well, you know? Like, I don't think that capping was going to work out for them either.
Yeah, I mean, I know that you said you hadn't had the time to watch the games tonight. They were like at 6 a.m. our time.
It was a bit late,
but
you know.
When I watched them today in the morning, there was actually one round of 1-1 that they played against Burbology on Himmelsdorf, where they applied a similar cap strat, and this was successful. So it's not impossible to make it work with the PZs.
I see how it works, but like I think the 60p, if he's not hesitant, makes it to decap. You know, that's my worry about it.
He did.
Because like he can, like if the E100s are engaged, the 60p can peek the window or can peek front, and he has to get one decap, I think. So it's like a very high risk, high reward strategy. It can work, of course, it can work, but it's like, even in this case, even you were right about the fact that they cannot let Barbarian take the strike.
Yeah, and they even realized that they wouldn't be able to fully cap, so Barbarian was like close to getting the strike. They stopped it, tried to overpush, but at that point it was just too late.
Yeah, I mean, you were already down almost 2 E100s at that point, and you're chasing down 1-1 to 1B. Even if Liberty dies, I think it's a losing scenario.
Yeah. We can take a quick look at how the different tanks performed, and we can see 777 for Little, 666, Rainbreaker, also 6 penetrating hits, Barbarian, all 5 penetrated. Twilight, he was the one that drove in and got the initial brunt of salvo there. Liberty having to fight out against the BZs, still staying alive, 3k HP, and keep in mind he was running the Inspire basically the whole time. And I said in the mouse also 7-7, good stuff here. And you mentioned it, the E100s, they survived for quite little time and had not really the impact that you would have wanted to have. So on a map like this, especially with all the tanks having the boosted HP, having like 2k HP, 1.5k HP is just not enough. Especially if you don't have like a designated damage dealing tank like a T57 that profits from it, right?
Mm-hmm. It's indeed the case. I agree with this one. I mean, we could also have a different game though if they won this first cliff, you know?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Was it the first one?
Yeah, it was immediately. It was immediately the first match.
Yeah, like, you know, like it could change a lot for them, to be honest, because they really had the potential to win that. And I think statistically speaking, Phil, if we like replay it with the fact that ISAT dropped off, which, you know, is a thing, and they should win it, you know.
No, it was looking pretty alright for them until they kind of miscoordinated the push onto the donut area, but. Yeah, it's best of 7. Cashback reached the desired 4 points, so they will end up claiming this match. And I have to say, it was not terrible by GCAT, but in the end, they are now eliminated. They lost earlier, 4-0, sorry, against Stacked. So Cashback and Stacked will fight it out for the first place in the group. After a short break, with a bit of highlight footage, we will come back and we'll watch the second match, which will be between 1-1 and W. So the winner of the OLS, international team, one of the fan favorites. I hope everyone is enjoying so far. Ducky, I hope you're enjoying as well. So we will switch to a short break and we will be back in a moment.
It's time to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of gum. Hail to the king, baby. Rest in pieces. Damn, I'm good. Come get some. Bada bing. My gun's bigger than yours. Oh yeah, it's ass-kicking time. Shake it, baby. When you get to hell, tell him Duke sent you. Oh yeah, it ought to be illegal to look this good. There's a new sheriff in town.
Step on to the hero's path. Let's get going.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the second match of the group stage that we're going to cover today at the AMD WICI. It's going to be 1-1 versus a W. And Ducky, after this first match, do you think EU is done with kicking some ass, or are we at chewing bubblegum?
I don't know, man. It depends, man. Frugo can cook or he could not cook, you know? It depends. Depends what he's chewing. Could be chewing on some rabarber instead of from bubblegum. I don't know. Either way, I think it's a good moment to see exactly what we can expect here from 1-1. I think I voted for them to beat NA, so, you know, like, they ruined my predictions.
Alright, so you're gonna be cited here already. The thing is, like, we just had Cashback played, which is, of course, one of the most well-known team in Onslaught history. But for 1-1, the task that is cut out for them to be first, it's not going to be easy because W kind of looking strong in their own right. First of all, though, the team of 1-1, only 8 players in their roster, and only 7 of those are going to be playing. It is mostly the players that we both did see in Chengdu. It is Jiangshan, Win, Daoye, Karma, Liege, D13, and Donkin. And if the WCI is anything to go by, D13 is definitely a player to watch out for.
Yeah, he had a lot of highlight moments at WCI where they could have really taken hit and run to a tiebreaker. They didn't end up doing that. This, however, W lineup would love to make it to one of those tournaments. And, you know, this would be a good test to begin with, right?
Absolutely. I feel like this WICI, this Intercontinental Invitational, is sort of, you know, a sniffing out between teams, like, hey, where do our servers stand? Because I think as of now, we have a pretty good understanding as to, like, how the power is distributed on the respective servers, but where do we stand in terms of cross-server dependencies? And as of now, it's not looking that great for China, and dominance between EU and NA still remains a question mark. But first of all, here we have the man himself, the Red Line King. It's Jakofa, although I'm not even sure he'll be playing today.
I don't think so. I don't think so, right? I mean, unless his outfit was to play, he brought the tanks, which would be interesting, but...
Yeah, Karma coming in. I think those are the stats, if I'm not mistaken, from the WCL, so the Chinese equivalent of the OLS, if you want to call it that. And there he has been performing quite admirably. 1.7 KD, not too shabby. Average damage, 3.1, 3.2k, 88% pen rate. Mostly playing E50M and EBR, which is very interesting because, like, EBR is normally one of those tanks that would lower your average damage.
Yeah, normally it should be, but then again, we've also seen a lot of high EBR damage games, though. I'm expecting big things from this team, honestly. However, W has shown themselves to be not a one-time champion, but a two-time champion, and the predictions from the community represent that as well.
Absolutely. It should also be noted that these community predictions do come only from members of the competitive community within the European and North American servers. So maybe the Chinese predictions differ from this, maybe even substantially. I mean, once again, thinking back to WCI, there was a certain bias whenever we saw the caster predictions on screen, and when it was like, you know, Chinese team playing, a lot of the casters there went with the Chinese team. Whereas, you know, most of us were going with the teams we knew, like Western teams, for example, W. But yeah, W back-to-back, violence, speed, momentum. They've rolled all S twice now, and maybe they'll be able to secure another set of CPUs here at the Intercontinental.
Can we see one of those teams bring it home in this one? Yes, we can. But which one is a good question. 1-1 versus W. Westfield being removed by 1-1. Then Suzyanki being banned by W gives us Himmelsdorf and Ensk as first ones. And Himmelsdorf, again, is a map that, you know, they should have even more experience with than W.
Yeah, it is on the Chinese server, or they're in the map pool for competitive tournaments for longer. So in theory, 1-1 should be more well-versed how it's played. That being said, I mean, I keep talking about the WCI 2024 because it was such an awesome event, but it was there also very interesting to see that the Chinese teams actually did not try to convert this advantage. They weren't really picking it a lot against the Western teams, but now first pick for 1-1, obviously, with Himmelsdorf. W responding with Ensk, so we are going to see 2 city maps to start it off. Then third map is going to be Sand River, and tiebreaker, if we get to it, is Cliff. And then also one difference to the past match that we just saw. The past match, all the rounds that we saw were played on the NA server. In this match, both teams couldn't agree on a common server to play on. This means that we are going to be playing all maps on the opposing team's map pick. So we are starting off on EU, and then we are going to go back-to-back in towards CN, and then for the tiebreaker, of course, the team that has the winning tiebreaker condition, which should normally be fastest victory, gets to pick either server or side, and the other team gets the other pick. But we are not there yet. We are still waiting for the first round with the caster predictions coming in. Both you and me agreeing it's going to be a 4-2 for Europe. And Phil is even more high-spirited, it seems, 4-1.
Yeah, Phil not believing in the Chinese teams whatsoever by the looks of things, huh? When we're 4-0, now 4-1.
Maybe he knows more than we do.
Well, he was wrong already, so... yeah.
I mean, I was too. I went 4-2 for both of those matches. Previous one, only 4-1. I think you went 4-1, right?
Yeah.
You're currently the prediction king.
Yep, yep. Well, I won't say that I'm lucky because, you know, they should have won the first cliff, so it should have been a 4-2, but, you know.
We'll see how it goes. But yeah, talking about the servers that are being played on right now, at the moment it's obviously on EU. This should, in theory, give the ping advantage to W. That being said, though, the teams are going to be using VPN tunnels. That makes the connection very, very stable, at the very least, and it also cuts a little bit off the ping. So it's very playable, in my opinion. It's not perfect by any means, but it's playable. And the fact that we are switching is obviously going to give the advantage to either respective team. And this, of course, right now puts the pressure on towards W, as they are the home team.
For sure, they need to perform here before they move on to the Chinese server, right? Can they do it? That's another question. I really do believe in 1-1, so I'm hoping that they pick it up strong, start this match off by kicking some ass and chewing some bubblegum, right?
Yeah, let's see how it goes. Of course, with this many observers, the Chinese guys are running a full production of their own for this tournament as well. It's going to take a little bit of time. But yeah, that being said, which server do you think right now? Have you spectated a lot of the WCL, or are you going into this one kind of fresh?
I've watched some. I've watched enough, I think.
Mm-hmm. All right, and we are going to get just that little bit more now. First, a game on Himmelsdorf is about to start. It's W against 1-1. And for W, we have a 121B, a 268V4, an E3, and that is 4 E4s.
1-1 in the return. Double BZ, double Fush B, a V4, and double E4. That lineup key will struggle against the lineup that W has, though.
Yeah, indeed. The lineup that W has is kind of an annoying one to play against. Those E4s, they mitigate the incoming damage. They don't really struggle with penetration. The only thing where I guess the E4s are lacking a bit is the DPM department, but that is exactly what the 121B is for, right? To inspire all of them. So I think good synergy coming out from W. And for 1-1, they have obviously that clip potential going for them with the double Force B, as we see an opening by both teams in towards 1, 2, and 3 lines, so they're going to meet each other immediately.
Did we really talk about Squeezy joining this W lineup, though? I feel like we need to have some conversation about it. It's, you know, like a really big addition, though, for W.
He's a great player, so if anything, W has become more scary. And for 1-1, I think they are realizing that they're playing against a scary lineup here, because those BZ75s, they're not even in the cap and they're kind of squishy. Those E4s have the alpha and the penetration advantage.
A nice shot there from, I think, the V4 from EOS even, finding shot against these BZs. And yeah, those BZs, key, they're always going to struggle in this kind of a matchup, and they're playing against these hard-to-pen tanks from the W side. But DQ has no problem with that, hits a stunner on towards the 268 V4, but now how do you utilize this double Fush B in a good way?
Yeah, that's kind of the question, because the Force B, it strives in these environments where you're like up close and personal, but to do that right now, the Force Bs would have to cover a lot of open ground while staying unspotted, and I don't think that's currently a possibility. On that one line, you can see the E4, of course, in D3. That is Mentos. He would be able to spot that cross, and Dao Ye taking another big hit, drops to around half HP. W right now, I think a little bit winning the trades, are still down in HP, but that is just, I think, because 1-1 started with that double BZ heavy tank that W, of course, 1-1 started with them, and W doesn't have them.
I mean, W is still missing 2 tanks right now, right? Like, they don't know about the double Fush B. I don't think they were ever spotted, and now you can see there's a rotation. If they were to go for the long game, right, and send Karma all the way to the hill, he would ravage their sides.
Absolutely. And I think Karma on the hill would be almost the undoing of W, because
his whole D-line, man. His whole D-line.
Yeah, he would clip out, and then he could probably even heal back some of the damage.
And drive down immediately.
Well, and drive down, reload, and then he's immediately there again with healed HP. So I think 1-1 are doing the perfect move here right now by sending that Force B on towards the hill, because W don't really look like they want to move. They have grown a bit complacent.
They're sending double E4 of their own, though, but like by the time that they arrive, he will have already clipped out. I mean, he does get, Itox even gets spotted. D13 actually gets the spot of Frugo. Gives one back, though, in that E3. He doesn't spot Klurf. Ooh, D13 takes another one.
Yeah, indeed. D13 starting to bleed a bit, and this in turn is going to mean that, well, yeah, W now has the HP advantage. This means also more damage dealt. The tiebreaker condition for this match currently in W's favor. Just as I say that, though, Mentos takes another hit in his E4.
Yeah, but the Fush B is delayed, though. The Fush B is delayed now because of that spot, and now this BZ is going to be in trouble because Itox and Klurf are going to appear behind them. The question is, how safe are Yingshan and DQ in those positions? Because now the Fush Bs are starting to, you know, like commit. There's a commitment on the hill. Good shot there from D13. I think this is his 4th or 5th hit already in this match. Itox will take the strike. But the good thing is there that, you know, Karma does have the hill for free.
He's currently driving down the 0 line, wants to really make sure he'll not get caught out, and I think that might be a mistake. Now he's not going to clip out from the hill. It looks like he will continue going. Wind in that Force B, we haven't really talked about him yet, but he's also made it up the hill. This is going to mean double Force B clips from the hill that should be forcing a reaction from W. Ooh, Klurf there trying to exchange shots. You can see it by the tracers coming in. Jiangshan very low. Nepal trying to get an angle as well. I think we're just building tension here, and it's about to explode.
What do these Forge Bs end up doing though? DQ taking some damage. Yeah, the Tracer's coming in. Squeezy taking one. He doesn't want to keep going either. That's a Forge B on the hill. HP still relatively even. Another shot coming in from the hill. Good shot there. They have a lot of positions as well. The Forge B taking one in return. Now Itox, not the Itox, IOS is starting to get shot at as well, I think, in that V4 from the hill, because he's getting repressured by the 268 V4 of Leash on the lower side as well. So the angles are there, and IOS is probably the linchpin at this moment. Leash pushing up further. Itox, IOS is behind that building. If they could get a spot on him, Kihan, if this 268 V4 felt like going for it, I think they could actually pick him up as well.
Indeed. And right now I feel like the Forge Bs on the hill are forcing a reaction from W that's not really coming at the moment. Karma is about to be reloaded, starting to drive down from the hill. There is an E4 and a 1-2-1B rotating for the side of W. So this game is still played very, very much in a slow and controlled style as Wind gets missed on his way down. Karma taking a lot of damage. Did he have his ability active?
He did pop it immediately, so he's going to be healing back a good amount of that. You can see that now happening for that Forge B player, and now Aito is getting pushed on by Daoye, by Wind as well. They're starting to find these angles. Wind does die, actually. He dies before the heal even kicks in, and Daoye now realizes as well, I think, that he's in some trouble, backing off as well, and the Wind could have hit a little bit better there, Kihan.
Indeed, the Wind does get stopped here as Karma coming in with that Forge B and does get the shot on towards Squeezy, but now he doesn't really have the shot. Squeezy even peeking, taking him out. All of a sudden, gun advantage coming in for W. It's 7 versus 5. Make that 4 tanks of 1-1 as W really hold on and hold strong against the pressure from 1-1. Starting a victory march here in the first round. Frugo, the team captain, with a kill of his own, and all of a sudden it's only DQ, Liege, and the 13 remaining.
And this game could have really gone anybody's side there, to be honest. It was a nail-biter that ended up going W's favor. You know, maybe Wind, if he was able to hide a little bit better and not get shot by Nepal, who knows, Kihan, what could have come out of that. But in this result, W will be able to take this round, but it was very, very close.
It was extremely close, and you could see both teams were really respecting each other here at the start of the game. Didn't want to make any kind of rash moves. No one really with an all-in strategy. And for W, it ended up working out kind of great. Yeah, the HP a little bit on the low side at the end, below 5k, but they still had 6 guns, 6 tanks remaining. And so the European team is going to pick up the first point here, but I feel like if 1-1 are a little bit quicker with the reactions on the hill, they stand a very, very good chance of winning here.
I really think that the 268 V4 there was the linchpin in W's side, because IOS would need to face the 268 V4. Even if he took an E4 shot on the crossing, I think he can block the V4 if he pushes them and he gets clipped out fully from the hill, and he will die for it. I think it really was the risk worth taking to kill that isolated V4, because he cannot face both sides. He cannot watch the V4 and at the same time watch the hill, right?
Exactly. Now damage numbers coming in, and we do see those E-tanks on the W lineup performing pretty well, but to be honest, damage spread across the team pretty good. Shooting as well, I mean, that is exactly what you want on your home server. And yeah, those Forge Bs, I think the commitments that they did were a bit rash. They essentially went into too many guns. They got blown up before they could really do their clips. So all in all, I
mean, I think that's down to good rotations from W though. The 1-1B and another E4 showed up on that B line right when Karma was committing down. If they're 5 seconds later, he is driving down the 8 line already. He takes only 1 shot. He's going straight into Klurf like a missile, and Klurf is never able to shoot the guy coming from the hill either. So then I think both of the Forge Bs are in a much better scenario.
All right, so where does that leave us? To be honest, I think both of those teams really respecting each other in this first round. No one really wanting to come out with some kind of a cooking strat for W, with what we've seen from them in in the past tournaments, is kind of surprising. Then again, I think maybe W, at least this time around, have the approach like, hey, in our mind, we are the favored team, so we are going to play slow and we are going to play control. against this team of 1-1.
Yeah, it's but it shows though, you know, 1-1 was really on even terms until that a few small stuff there that made the difference between them two. Until then, like, it was very, very even.
Exactly, and there, I think it was those micro reactions by W that you mentioned, where they essentially spotted the rotation by 1-1, and then the countermeasures that were taken by the European team were, yeah, just picture perfect. It caught out the 1-1 Force Bs on the rotation, and yeah, the Force B, I mean, especially the one that came down from the hill, it took like 2 big shots immediately, but was able to heal those. But that means for the next engagement, the heal ability, because it doesn't do any damage in the meantime, is spent. So the damage that he takes in the next engagement is actually going to be permanent. So yeah, good stuff from W. Let's see if they're able to convert that into another round here, round number 2, which for them would be kind of important to get, because from there on out, it's going to be played on the CN server.
Exactly. So lineups, let's see what they're bringing. 1-1 is bringing the double BZ, triple E100, 1-1B for Ryu. Seems familiar.
It does indeed. And for W, I mean, cooking strat, triple 268 and the Bluskavitsa that also brings a lot of close range DPM together with the Inspire Medium. This time Squeezy going with the Centurion and double 50B. I'm not the biggest fan of double 50B in Onslaught.
Me neither. And you know what, Keyhand? Remember when GCAD brought those E100s, right? And they were facing off against E4s? That was not great for them, because, you know, E4 does pretty well against E100, but this lineup of W will struggle a lot more to drive through this lineup from 1-1. Yeah, DQ is taking a lot of damage here, and Frugo is about to run out as well in its clip, but Glorf is already out. EOS is now coming in with that 268 to try and finish that off for the ability. He will not find it either, so this is looking like a disaster for W as they go down the middle, and down they will go as well as EOS falls. Those 50Bs still reloading, and 1-1 coming back into Swarm. Surely there is no way that they are able to give this one out of their victory that is looming around the corner.
Absolutely, W not able to get those one-shots out of the game. DQ still alive, able to kill Squeezy. That's another gun down on the side of W. And you can see the super aggressive lineup from the European team now trying to come in again. The 50Bs are once again reloaded. They're able to get a little bit of a second win, but that one's only gonna carry them so far, as 1-1 just vastly superior in the HP department. Mentos on the reload might be able to get another shot in towards D13, but that E100 is just oh so healthy, and Frugo, who's trying to help his teammate, is just getting rammed up the butt by Zhang Shan, who has arrived in another full HP heavy tank with the BZ75.
Yeah, a little strike to add insult to injury. Frugo getting picked up now as well, and you know, as I was saying, Key, those E100s for GCAD, I don't think they were great against E4s, but 50Bs and 268s and 430Us, you know, like, there's just not enough damage there, or, well, first of all, not enough damage and not enough focus fire to really kill something quickly enough. And when those 50Bs are reloading, you better hope that those 268s and 430Us are firing on all cylinders at that point.
Exactly. It felt like W did not have the firepower required to blast through those E100s quickly enough. And to be honest, like, from 1-1 side, this is the perfect tanks that got engaged upon. Those E100s are essentially designed to take damage, designed to hold strong while the rest of the team scrambles in to support them. And that is exactly what we saw. So 1-1, I guess, playing standard, but still getting a cheeky victory against the team of W that, I guess, tried to, like, switch it up after a very slow game number 1. They really wanted to catch 1-1 off guard, but that just absolutely fell to pieces here in round number 2, and that's especially interesting considering that both teams actually have the ability to play slow, but also to kind of go and cook. Because I was watching the earlier matches today, and their 1-1 played a lot of control, but they also sometimes went out with those cheeky strategies. And here, I think, sir, we've got a problem here. IL 0 damage, 2-2-0, that's not supposed to happen.
No, he was looking a long time there for that kill against the E100, but he couldn't get it because there was another E100 in the way. The rest of them doing all right, but this AX hand, you know, he got instant-tabbed by triple E100. It was a tough game for him after.
Exactly. I mean, W, when they saw the triple E100, they were probably like, all right, that's a game in the bag. Let's go for it. But then if you're like, especially if you're relying on these kind of snowball setups, snowball scenarios, you need to penetrate the earliest shots that you do in the game are actually the most important ones, because this is the lasting damage that then carries you through the game. And if you have tanks that just don't show up, you're not able to snowball out of control. That being said, though, that was Himmelsdorf on the EU server, and I guess it's fair to phrase it this way: W dropping around.
Well, it's it's 1-1 showing that they are very, very good and very competent team as well. First round could have gone either way, and the second round it goes the way of 1-1, and they did very well in it.
Exactly. Now Ensk is going to be the second map that is gonna be played here. If you had to play with high ping, which map would you like prefer, Ensk or Himmelsdorf?
Neither. It's like I don't know, Pilsen or something. To be honest,
All
you
right.
want as little annoying things against you as possible. So whatever map has like less 705As and V4s and already stuff like that, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess both teams then did a good job of, you know, having maps for their own server, but the score being 1-1, I think W is, let's say, not in trouble, but in a pickle maybe.
Well, I mean, it's 1-1 though.
Yeah, 1-1, second place at WCI 2024.
Exactly.
So,
they're a very competent team. You know, like I'm just surprised that they lost against the American team. To be honest, I really thought they were going to win that. Maybe that's just me, you know, coping after I saw them at WCI. But you know, they looked very, very good there. So it's like, why would they not be able to beat? I think the second-rated team from NA, right?
Yeah. I mean, the early morning matches were kind of weird to see. I think 1-1 got rolled kind of by the NA team, but all of a sudden now here 1-1 for them, really this match is kind of a fight for survival, really. If they drop this match as well, then they'd be, well, confirmed out, I guess, because they couldn't catch up realistically to any team anymore. And then in both groups, kind of the EU and the NA teams would be sort of, you know, fighting for victory in their respective group. But here, if 1-1 keeps going and on this current trajectory, then all of a sudden it's going to spice up and, you know, shape up a lot of the groups.
Yeah, but that would be great, no? At the same time.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I love seeing upsets. I love seeing tournaments going in a weird and unexpected way, because at the end of the day, if we all knew what was going to happen in a match, then why'd we watch?
To see how it happens? Maybe. I don't know. I bet we could find a reason still at the same time. So now we're switching to Chinese server, right?
Yes, exactly. That is going to, of course, take a little while. But yeah, surely we'll be there soon. And actually, I have connected myself to the wrong CN server. So it's going to even take a little longer. Sorry for that. I guess the auto-select option was on, but it was in Chinese. So I was, you know, my Chinese actually has grown a little rusty since the WCI. So I hope that counts as an excuse.
Not really, but, you know. If that's what you're going for, you know, who am I to judge you on that aspect?
Yeah.
How much Chinese do you actually know?
Not even 10 words, to be honest.
Yeah, I figured, you know, like It's like Kian in
Like,
Chinese.
I know hello, cheers, thank you.
Great. What a multi-language. I bet you have like a Duolingo score of 15,000, huh?
Not in Chinese, I can assure you as much. But yeah, I think we're getting ready slowly but surely. But yeah, so far, we have seen that, you know, the Chinese server can actually bite back even on the European one, because realistically, like the first match that we saw today, it was on all on NA, and I think maybe there is a slight ping advantage possibly for the European teams playing on USC, if even that. But I think here, of course, the advantage is clearly like distributed. Right?
Well,
if you're playing on your home server, you should be taking home the round.
NA did the same. Wait, NA versus China, did they play on the EU server or did they play on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they played on EU. And I think once again it's like a super slight advantage for an A, maybe if even. Like if you wanted to cope, then you could start talking about it, but especially in the first match of the morning matches, I don't think it was down to ping. It was just, you know, straight up destruction.
Destruction, right? I mean, 1-1 has real. Let's take into consideration they have a server advantage now, right? Playing on the home server, preferred RNG, etc. If they win 2 rounds here, they're gonna put a lot of pressure on W to do the same on EU, and that would be pretty hard to handle. So them winning this round is I don't even know if it's like an advantage for W to start on EU. I feel like you would almost no. I mean, it's kind of the same. No, actually, I think I'd prefer to start on Chinese server if I'm a European team, because if I win a round and I win 2 on EU, then I'm going match point back into Chinese server.
I think if I recall correctly, it was 1-1 winning the coin flip, and they decided to be Team B. So they actually put W in this position.
Good, because that's what I would do as well, because it makes sense, right? Like if you lose, let's think about it this way: if you lose 2-0, you go into Chinese server. Nothing is lost, nothing is won. You win those 2 rounds, you go back even, another shot. However, if you win a round on the European server, you go back to your server, you win 2 rounds, you put yourself on match point. Now that is actually like a very important thing to take into account, because it changes the feeling of the match. Because, you know, you're 1 round away from winning, taking everything, and, you know, not being eliminated.
Exactly. Currently, we have the teams joining into the server. So we do have all observers now. We're just waiting for the players to join the training room as well. Keep in mind, like, everyone has to start different clients now. With this one, the region changer mod doesn't work, quite unsurprisingly. Yeah, but other than that, I think it's fair to talk about some differences that are there between, for example, European and Chinese client as well. It is important to say, I think, that those differences are essentially purely cosmetical. I think some of the customization elements, etc., are different, but like the fundamental game mechanics, how everything works,
it's the same
minus
patch.
25%. RNG, yeah, it's all the same. Like maybe some houses look different on the maps, but they still have the same dimensions. So it doesn't matter what server you come from. You're still going to be playing the same game. Because I think like some viewers might actually not
some people
that,
still think that, you know, because back in the day Chinese server was playing on a different batch than we were, and with different tanks, that you know, it's still like that, but it isn't. They still have some exclusive tanks to China region only, but that's about it.
Yeah, but those tanks, of course, we're not going to see them today because we're playing Onslaught with also the same rule set on the Chinese server. So I think it's limited to tier 10 tech tree and collector's vehicle and the one in the bunch.
Yeah, it's like adding like a, you know, new exceptions. So the exception to the exception and the exception will be that we'll add this exception for the next Onslaught season.
Mm-hmm.
AKA Kian has to grind to legend on stream.
What? You keep trying to
I just think that
this would be into the trap.
I think this would be great content.
I think it would probably cause some gray hairs and some bald spots on my head.
You already have both those, so like, what are we really changing?
What do you mean? I have very full hair. It's really nice.
Your hairline looks like it's been receding for at least 17 years.
That's coming from you, man. In between both of us, maybe you have the bigger forehead. I mean, maybe
Yeah, but
Heidi
I
has
was
bigger
born
brain
with a
than
big
yours.
forehead. That's the difference. You know, yours became bigger over time. And it's not about to stop getting
Called
bigger
the
anytime
expanding
soon.
Brain, right?
Right.
Expanding brain. Just
Right.
more space for more stuff in it.
When you say these kind of things, I can see that one wrinkle really trying to push out everything at the same time. It's crazy.
What wrinkle, man? My brain is not only big, it is also
Smooth, yeah.
So any kind of criticism slides right off.
That's not how that works. But you know what? If that makes you happy, then so be it. No, but back on the one thing though. Didn't really mention Squeezy joining W is actually very big, and you know, in the grand scheme of things, it does make sense, right, Gihan? Because let's put it this way: you don't know this with the situation in the world, but W, he could end up going to WCI, right?
Yeah, exactly. Talking about that, I mean, no official announcement of any shape has currently been made yet, but of course the keen-eyed will have noticed the rewards for the up-and-coming OLC number 4.
I mean, it's not a leak if it's in the tournament details, right?
Exactly. So we'll have more details about those up-and-coming events soon. But yeah, I think there are going to be some very, very cool tournaments in our, let's say, near or almost near future. It seems like at the moment there are still some people with login/connection issues.
The good thing is that, you know, me and Kian, we get paid by the minute we're talking. Like, you know, the more, it's like flight crew, you know, the more we're on camera, the more we actually end up. This guy is getting millions. That guy, sorry. He's getting millions. Trust me.
In some weird dollar currency.
I've seen the view from his apartment in Prague, man. That's a $10 million view if I've ever seen it.
I wish, man. I wish. But I think
But it's a good view,
you don't hear me complain. I like the view out of my apartment. But yeah, before we talk more about this, let's maybe take another view on towards the map pick and ban. Just so we can remind ourselves what exactly has happened. The score is currently 1-1, and I believe Ensk is the next up-and-coming one. So yeah, I'd really appreciate the pick and ban here. I think
do they
if I
need to
recall
win
correctly,
clean to not be eliminated, or like ideally they win without tiebreaker, right?
ideally they win without tiebreaker. Tiebreaker rules is 3-to-1 point distribution. If
So
you
they have
win
0
without
right now?
tiebreaker, it's 4-0. Yeah, they have 0 at this point in time. But yeah, Himmelsdorf being played
So yeah,
1-1. Okay.
if they win with tiebreaker, then they have to count on W losing clean against NA.
Yeah, that's
That's unlikely. So basically, the only option for 1-1 to survive is to beat W without tiebreaker. Let's be like realistic
yeah.
about
Let's be
this.
real. They need to do that, and I mean they are perfectly set up for it, right? They've gone 1-1 on EU, and now they're playing on their home server. So let's say they go a quick 2-0 on Ensk. All of a sudden, W has to play against tiebreakers. Against match points on Sand River.
It would be annoying, to be honest. It's I feel like it's definitely a map where 1-1 could take one for sure. It's also hard to 2-0 on that map, IMO. Like without the West, we see it be very strong, right? So I think it's very hard to win 2-0 on Sand River as well. No, I think 1-1 has a real opportunity here. Win Ensk 2-0. I have a feeling that they were a good Ensk team.
Yeah. I mean, over time, also the impression that we kind of get from different teams on different maps kind of switches, right? Let's say OLS season 1 and 2, Cashback was like super strong on Ensk, and now like in season 3, Cashback ended up looking kind of bad on Ensk, right? So yeah. Right. It seems like we have most, if not all, of the people in the training room. So I think we should be about to commence the match rather quickly. I can't wait, because I think W kind of fumbled. Like the first game, starting off trying to play control against 1-1, it worked out perfectly. But then already once again, like Frugo trying to use one of those cooking strats when realistically they're under no pressure to.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the bans here. So Pilsen Muro banned by 1-1. W ban in Ghost Town is interesting though. I really feel like they have the lineup to, with the amount of light players, they have not do some funky stuff.
Yeah. Then once again, we are only in group stage, so maybe saving strats. That's always a possibility as well. And also, I think we should keep in mind that since the All S finals and All F finals, there was a slight adjustment towards the role skills, right? The artillery strike for the sniper medium, so for Leopard 1, CS63, it was made a bit harder to generate those strikes. So La Rata, maybe not as possible as before anymore, but we'll have to wait and see if we're going to see it here at the Intercontinental. But finally, the yapping is over, the gameplay begins. W versus 1-1, the score is currently the name of the Chinese team. W, they want to take the lead once again, and they're doing so on Ensk with an IS-7 double mouse, 121B and triple E4.
1-1 in return, 113, mouse, 4 to the U, 260 E4 times 2 as well. Ooh, is that an STRV? No, okay. No, is that still an STRV?
Let's see. I mean, I think maybe there was a restart called. The W team's tanks currently not moving, but the 1-1s are. So maybe they're. I'm not entirely sure what's happening right now. Possibly restart called, and Indeed, the restart does get confirmed, so we are going to be, resetting a little bit. I mean, the thing is as well, right? Maybe one of the VPN connections towards the Chinese server is acting up. So, of course, we want to give the equal opportunity to all players to actually participate in the battle. So I guess this is where that one's coming from. So a little bit more time for both of us to analyze. Maybe not what we saw in Ensk, because of course tanks can still change, but
I don't think the 1-1 lineup is going to change though. Can talk about that one because they were moving, so they were not the team calling for a restart, so they will probably pick their actual lineup.
Then again, I'm not entirely sure when the restart.
I know they can still change it, but like, you know.
I mean, they could bait, right? They could see that the restart gets called and then switch to different tanks, but tanks that also make sense, right? And then
that
take
is,
a different
you're like really
700 IQ.
You're like, this is like Minds games from Temu, man.
I mean, maybe they work on the Chinese server, right? Isn't Temu a Chinese company?
Yep, it is. I knew it. You know, when I said that, I was going to be like, he's going to say something that is Chinese. Maybe I should have said something else, like, I don't know. I don't know any other one of those sites though that are not Chinese, so unfortunately.
I mean, great value, I guess. But yeah, it seems like one of the W players had an actual disconnect, as he's currently being shown as offline. Luckily, though, the lineup of the teams is not 7 players, it is 8 or 9, so hopefully there will be a replacement being moved in, and then we can actually
who's there for W as the replacement again?
Tarks is there.
Yes. True. Jakefa just partying while his team, you know, sweats.
Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe Jakefa is like, you know, guys, you're gonna handle the group stage without me. For the important games tomorrow, I'm actually there. And then what might end up happening is like he comes back from partying, and there are no games on the following day, and he's gonna be like, crap.
At the same time, though, it just means you can like stay in bed longer. You know, if you had a long night before, right?
True.
I mean, Kian doesn't have those anymore. Nowadays, he's in bed by 10 every day.
AM, yes, AM.
How is the sleep schedule looking like from last night?
My sleep schedule is looking kind of wrecked because I was not catching any sleep before the NA versus CN matches.
Right.
And I helped with the stream there. And then I went to bed at 7, and I was at the office at 12. So not a lot of sleep, but a lot of coffee does help.
I feel, you know what? I feel so bad for you, Ken. You know,
Do you though?
no, I'm saying it to be nice. You know, I feel a little bad. You know? You should honestly, you should have just like locked in and slept at the office. That's what I would have done. Just, like little air mattress, you know, sleep under Eek's desk or whatever, and like just like they could.
What?
They
You know,
could
I
hear
have
you
a
from the
desk
other.
of my own that I can.
Yeah,
sleep
sure,
under.
you have a desk of your own. Funny. Yeah, sure you do. Somewhere in the basement, but yeah, sure. Just, you know, honestly, I would have considered. I'm not even joking. You have showers there, no?
I think we have one. Yeah.
You know, next time, just lock into the office.
I'm not sure what HR would say about actions like
What
these.
they do not know, do not hurt.
So it's gonna stay between you, me, and chat.
You just like
That's what you're saying.
the way you explain it is you just wanted to connect with your inner self for a while, and you couldn't do it at home. You needed to be in a safe space. Right.
We actually had an internet outage here in Prague yesterday. So like the office and a lot of other places in Czech Republic especially lost power as well. But my home was actually one of the places where the power was still
Of course,
on. So
the power was still on. He has $1 million generator.
all the backup generators. It's like triple circuit.
You know, he lives in
stuff.
the Millionaire Square in Prague. I don't know if they have one, but now they do.
Yeah. Oh.
It's Gihan's overlooking Phil's apartment.
Ridiculous slander. Ridiculous
Actually,
slander.
you guys are like very close to each other, no?
Yeah. A foot. It's like, I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
Jesus, you that far away? He moved. He moved in a place where you can't come over that easily. Smart guy.
I mean, yeah, you gotta do some social distancing at times, right? But yeah, I think finally some issues seem to have been resolved. The players are starting to ready up in the training room as well. So I believe that soon, TM, we are going to see game number 3 in between 1-1 and W. To be honest, maybe it's good for W as well that there was a little bit of a break now.
I feel like it's better for 1-1.
You feel like it's better for 1-1?
They're already.
They just had a victory,
But
right?
they're already on their comfortable server. They didn't need to change anything. You know, they just log in and they're ready to play.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying maybe it was good for W that there was a little bit of a break after.
No, because if it's actual issues, they annoy you. Like, they frustrate you a little bit. You know, it's like they work on your, at least for me, from my perspective, when I have some technical issues. Of course, World of Tanks doesn't have any technical issues. But if I'm having technical issues with things that are not World of Tanks related, right, then, you know, it can be very frustrating. And I think as a player of other games, obviously not World of Tanks, that has technical issues.
So you mean World of Warships, World of Warplanes, World of Tanks?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. That was all you, buddy. That was all you. Anyways, I think that's frustrating, honestly, as a team. And as a player as well, because at some point you just want to play, you know?
All right. Round number 3 in between W and 1-1. Scoreline is still 1-1 as well, and W are going to come into Ensk with a triple mouse bat chat and triple E4.
1-1 in return, though. 113 mouse for TDU, Fushby, V4, and double E4. I don't think that changed, Gian, did it?
I'm not too sure myself, but I don't think it did either. We certainly don't have an STRV on this lineup of a W anymore. So let's see how this one is gonna go. Inspire Medium available for the side of W, and 1-1 once again with that 113 pick. They do like picking it at times, and excuse us, of course, if we're not going to be able to pronounce all of the nicknames of the 1-1 team here, but most of them we should be able to make out, or we'll just say the tank names here as the first shots start flying across the map, but none of them find the mark.
For TDU, 113 playing Zero Line, a good connection there, but one of those E4s on towards iTalk, 750 delivered. The strike being taken now as well. W firing back from the back lines, another shot in towards iTalks by Karma, so he's doing a good job there on that E4, finding another shot. Now Mentos coming back in, and W starting to rotate towards the east, and iTalks taking another one in that mouse, and Karma eyeing up that mouse yet again for maybe a little bit more. Mentos pushing back in, the V4 does make make it back around the corner. Now Ios joining as well. He takes 750 to the face. The 430U in position as well. The 113. Some people would say it's a bad tank, but the DPM still hurts, and Itox now down low to 1.3. W now starting to get pinched in this little position on the 7 line behind that building, getting shots from numerous sides and numerous angles, but where is the follow-up? Now they have this bad shot moving in. Oh no, sorry, they want 1B moving in towards the 0 line, but the damage keeps ticking, and it's not ticking towards 1-1, it's ticking towards W. They're getting absolutely plowed by the 1-1 lineup right now.
Absolutely, 1-1 here, out trading W on a level that was previously unimaginable. Really, the damage piling up on towards those W tanks is more than substantial. Almost half of the HP of the W team already lost as Frugo takes another one, make that 2 shots to the face. 1400 HP remaining only on the FC of W that only have less than 1200 HP to work, 12,000 HP to work with, as 1-1 still almost 20,000. And where is the salvation for W gonna come in is the question. They have this 1-1B that could be a playmaker, but realistically, Squeezy on the field cannot really do much. He'd be driving in towards a 430U and a 113. Another strike is going to put Itox down towards one shot as well. D13 tries to pick it up, doesn't get it, but this 1-1 is dominating on their server.
I mean, the level of restraint 1-1 is showing here. They're up twice the HP in 8k versus 16,000 for 1-1, and they're like, you know what, we're gonna kill them slowly. We don't need to kill them quickly. Let them simmer, let them enjoy our domination on this very, very first Ensk, because Karma is now moving in for a shot against Mentos. I think that everybody in this match realizes where we are at, that it's a clean sweep for 1-1, and they absolutely just rock and roll the W. You talked about who it is better for to have some downtime key. I think this round kind of makes it pretty obvious.
Absolutely, 1-1 rolling W here in the first round on Ensk, and now the charge over the green is going to confirm the pickup on towards Squeezy. The Force B doesn't really give a damn as well. Humpity over, up and over on towards the 1-1B. Finally, the kill does come through, and still 7 tanks alive for 1-1. They have 13,000 HP to work with, still healing up. Clerf to the grave, and Nepal not long for this world. 1-1, they really got rolled by the NA team, but now they're on a roll against W. 2 consecutive rounds in the lead of the match now.
Yeah, very, very, very good stuff there from 1-1, picking up that round 2-1 over W, and pretty good performance from them. Very, you know, considerate, and they find those angles.
Yeah, exactly. They found those angles, and it also felt like the initial positioning by 1-1 was just better, right? The damage flying in, it just kept piling up on towards the team of W, whereas you know, W themselves, they weren't really getting a lot done, and that is also being reflected in the damage numbers here. Clerf only a singular shot of damage, 2 connections total. The Mouse is not really able to do much as well. The problem for Itox and Ayos there respectively was probably that, you know, they didn't really get up close and personal, and then the Mouse gun, the penetration kind of lacking against the tanks that, you know, 1-1 was bringing here. They had like 2684 against the Force B. You need to hit the weak spots as well. The Mouse at range can be a problem. The 113, if it's side scraping there, like if you're not close to a 113 with a Mouse, then that tank becomes really annoying to penetrate. So the damage spread on the 1-1 team actually a lot better.
Indeed. Just across the board, everybody contributing towards it as well. And this is the danger we talked about, Keyhand. It's that losing this first round puts 1-1 in prime position to go back to EU with a match point in their bag.
They're actually going to be staying on CN.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They win this round, they go back to EU with a match point in their bag.
Yeah. So...
or match points, well, even.
A double match point, yeah, and it would be Sand River, but Sand River would also be played on CN because it was W's map pick, I believe. So for W, actually dire times already, and we come back, reverting to this initial topic of like, did W really need to execute this strat on Himmelsdorf 2, where, you know, they're essentially driving with TDs into E100s? Was that entirely necessary? Because they showed that playing control can work.
Yeah, this is true. And they were very, like I said, they were very patient in that round. They were up so much. They could have pushed in at like 5 different points and finished the game. We're like, nah, we're just going to slowly kill them. And what can they really do about it?
Nothing is the answer.
It's the most frustrating kind of game, though, to be honest. I don't know about you.
Yeah, if you're on the receiving end, oh yeah. If you're playing it, it kind of feels great. You're like, okay, time to sit back, time to do a few more shots of damage. All right, I think we've hurt them enough. Now we can finally push in. That was probably calm and collected round on this Chinese TeamSpeak. So yeah, for them, from good to great as they take the lead in the match, and we are gonna go into round number 4 and possibly round number 3 for the team of 1-1. We talked about a potential match point already as W tried to fend this possibility off. It's going to be a mouse, a batchat, double force B, triple E4.
In return, we see double E4, double force B, 1-1B, and double mouse for the side of 1-1.
And W actually switching out the batchat for the 1-1B, so it's going to be both teams with an Inspire medium. The only difference really being that W leaning a bit more into the TD meta, while 1-1 bring a bit more meat, a bit more steel, double mouse.
Which lineup do you like more?
I actually do prefer with the double force B as well. No, I'm not so sure anymore. Maybe I prefer 1-1's lineup with the double mouse. That kind of works out okay against double force B, right? Because the double force Bs can't really blow up the mouses. It needs more than that. But yeah, opening wise, we can see in this round here at the start, no damage taken yet, just as I cast a Curse Squeezy who takes an initial shot. And those shots on the Inspire mediums are oh so important, because that means that, you know, the entire team of 1-1 is now going to be inspired here, just as one of the mouses lets loose the shots against iOS, who responds though. And of course, the E4s, they want to trade with the mouses.
Klurf will be able to cross over, but spotted because the Inspire was running out, right? So the Inspire will reveal Klurf crossing over. Itox taking another one from that E4 in the back. In return, though, the E4 himself taking one also. D13 finds a good shot against Mentos, who doesn't connect in return. So again, I feel like 1-1 is just winning these trades over the entire battle. And you know, the E1-1B finds another shot. Klurf will reveal everything now, so the Forge Bs will probably move off of this information. But 1-1 in the beginning of this game, at least, with the better trades.
And now we can see the double force B of Karma and another player coming in towards the green over the field. Squeezy should be tailgating it out of there. He needs to really run away as Frugo starts to peek out, takes a truck ton of damage down towards 471. Another shot of damage not yet coming in. Frugo is going to be making it behind the corner. Squeezy now trying to provide crossfire against Force Bs that are not empty, is going to start taking damage off his own, and once again 1-1 get a lot of initial punish.
Yeah, Squeezy's in a prime position though. Nepal, I think, even blocking Ios there to get a shot, and now we can see that the Forge B is there, starting to get picked up by Squeezy slowly but surely. That 1-1B is putting the damage in, and they're trying to evacuate that now, allowing that Forge B to live. He did have his ability on, he will not die for this either, and 1-1 still with the HP lead, but that's mainly down to, you know, Frugo with the interesting peak there. Now his mouse of Itox is getting pushed on as W is trying to react by pushing this field in return, but now they're putting themselves back into the position for the 1-1B, of course, of 1-1 to start becoming impactful as well, and does find the first kill with Frugo on towards that Forge B. But now Klurf running out of ability, running out of heal as well, will survive for one more shot. Does get picked up by Karma, who's now moving on towards Squeezy, but he only has one shot available, so that 1-1B is not the target for him at this moment in time.
Now, however, the E4 gets picked up for the team of 1-1. This kind of equalizes the guns actually in favor of W. Squeezy coming in with that 1-1B as well. Frugo falls as well. Gun parity has been established, but Karma in that Fosh B in between a lot of enemy tanks does get blown up too. And now where is the clip potential for both teams? It is entirely gone, but 1-1 with 2,000 HP more and still a full HP 1-1B as D13, the menace, picks up Itox in the mouse.
Not looking good here for W. They need to find something before that mouse joins of D13. If he does find the process of uniting with his teammates, they will end this. Like, they will end this. And, you know, the mouse, Nepal finds the shot, but honestly, it's not good enough, right? It's not good enough. The mouse heals back the difference anyways, so it's not that great. Nepal tried. He felt like he had to do something, but the cap has been started. The 1-1B is arriving. Mentos is out in the open. He misses the shot as well. Immediately takes one in return. Squeezy peeking out as well. Doesn't connect either. And W falling to pieces. 1-1 finds success. And this field push, Kihan, it wouldn't have worked. All Frugo had to do was hold for 5 more seconds.
Exactly. The initial punishment taken by Frugo was just too much here, as 1-1 with the HP advantage that they have at this point in time, just able to, you know, bring it home here for themselves as Squeezy even gets picked up. Once again, it is D13, one of the standout players on the Chinese server and in this 1-1 team as well. I'm fanboying a little for him, but that is just because he has time and time again shown how good he is as a player, as only Nepal remains the Frenchie trying to hold up the white flag of W, and he is going to falter as 1-1 make it towards a match point.
Yeah, they're going back to Europe with double match points, man, and that is perfect. That's exactly what we talked about. You know, win that one round in Europe, go to China, play on your home server, quickly put 2-0 down their throats, and be like, here, W, congratulations, you've played yourself, and yeah. It's match point for 1-1, and you know, we said at the beginning they're a good team. They cannot underestimate them. They will take rounds. They are able to do spectacular things, and yeah, they're probably very happy. They need to win the next round though, or the one after.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, it's not going to be like any easier for them. I mean, arguably, if you're playing on a server with higher ping, what do you think is less bad, like playing on a city map or playing on an open map?
I feel like open map because you know, city maps you don't have annoying things wiggling and pulling behind corners, etc., right? I will raise a point, Key, still that we actually didn't talk about. 1-1. I think I know for a fact that they train with European teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this means that playing for them on EU is not as bad as W playing on China. Simply because they have been accustomed to doing so. Does that make sense?
I feel I'm not entirely sure about it, but I am, like, let's say 80-90% sure that some of the European teams also have some experience of playing on the Chinese
sure, but does it compare to like 1-1 training on Europe quite often?
I'm not entirely sure about the amount of training that's going on by all of the teams, but they, especially when you're coming into an event like this, you would imagine that you know, both teams kind of try and get to grips with what's happening with the ping on the service. But yeah, that aside as well, the up-and-coming map of Sand River is maybe something that we should talk about as well, because 1-1 has played that one today already against the NA team, and there it ended up not looking too great for them. 0-2 is the score that 1-1 currently has on Sand River. So maybe a ray of hope for the European team of W?
Maybe. Or maybe, you know, it was a good practice for 1-1. Depends on how you look at it, right?
Possibly. I mean, for W, of course, not all is lost yet. They still, after this one, I mean, we're already talking.
What is let's go into the hypothetical aspect. Let's say 1-1 wins this 4-1, 4-2. They lost 4-2 against NA, and W beats NA 4-2 as well. Let's say everybody wins 4-2.
If everyone wins 4-2, then it's a 3-way tie. Man, I read the rules.
Yeah.
It escapes my memory. There is either highest damage during a victorious round, or it's fastest victory that then counts. I am inclined to say it's the fastest victory.
Because round difference is the first one, yeah?
Yeah, round difference is the first one. But if everyone goes 4-2, then, you know, round difference doesn't matter. I think at that point, it's fastest victory. It might be highest damage during a victorious round, but I think it's fastest victory.
Where's your boss when we need him?
Maybe he'll run into the production room soon and tell me. We'll see.
I have no clue. You know, I'm not a competitive operations manager.
I mean, he is senior in that aspect.
That just means that you make him coffee, no?
We got an intern now for that.
That's
you know?
crazy. But I like it.
Yeah.
Tell him when I come over, I like mine black. No sugar, no milk, eh?
Oh, we have the same coffee preferences then.
Yeah. It's just, you know, we don't need any of the extra stuff, huh?
No, just the straight up caffeine.
Exactly. So, you know, just make sure that he knows, right? For when I'm ever in the Prague office. Which hasn't happened for a long time, and I don't think it's on the schedule either.
When was the last time you were here, actually? Was it like 2 years ago or something?
Project CW close test.
Yeah, so I guess 1.5 to 2 years ago. But yeah, I think we're... Man, that's 3 years. I'm getting old.
You are old.
Right. Anyway, though, who might not be getting old is this match, actually, as W are going to be playing against 1-1. And in case you're wondering, I was saying it, actually, that we are not going to see any of the tanks that are not released on European or North American server. Well, I was just proven wrong. The Divine Valor is a copy of the BZ75. That is, of course, not available for us, but here on the Chinese server it is. So for all intents and purposes, W are playing with a double BZ75, double MBY K91, UDES, and STRV.
In return, 1-1 BZ75, MIV 277, AX E50M, Fush B, and an RHM Panzerwagen.
And yeah, indeed, we managed to confirm in the rule set if all teams are going to be going 4-2 in this group, then this would mean the fastest victory is going to be what sets them apart. Obviously, we are by far not there yet, because W, first of all, if they want to go even, they need another round here against 1-1, who are on this match point and who have taken the entirety of the south of the map.
They have taken a lot of KLM presence. Squeezy getting spotted out as well in that UDES. They still have the STRV in E. Is that Divine Valor? Is he AFK? He was AFK for a second.
I mean, he kind of was AFK, but now he's starting to move. I think this is also why W were kind of holding back, because possibly they were even only playing with 6, as the laser show once again is starting here. The tracers whizzing through, whizzing past, but so far only the shots from the team of 1-1 connecting. Ducky, W have not dealt a single point of damage.
STRV looks suspiciously AFK.
There is that possibility as well.
He's not even pointing their directions. That's why I base my assumptions off. They're losing a lot of map control waiting for EOS to come back. We gotta remind, they already used their restart, no?
They already used their restart on Ensk round number 1, but finally IOS seems to have connected to the game, so W is going to be playing with a full lineup. But still, I think the fact of the matter remains that, you know, maybe their tanks were AFK and they weren't shooting at the 1-1 tanks, but still the tanks by W that were actually active are the ones that have taken the damage. Like, another shot into Itox, W below 20,000 HP at this point in time. 1-1 are doing a number on the tanks of W here.
I think they could even start a cap if they want to. But they're going to start assembling the arsenal, though. Building up, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you don't assemble the arsenal by using the artillery strike, but then again, if it does connect, it's fine. Itox taking another strike to the face right here, and this means that it is W who need to do something, because as of right now, 1-1 have dealt damage, W haven't. This means that 1-1 currently is winning this round and would be winning this match. Karma taking another artillery strike.
I think they will continue putting it on Itox probably to lower his HP over and over and over again.
Yeah, which is fine from 1-1's POV. I mean, perfectly fine, because they're going to be generating more and more of an HP advantage, and I think W are starting to realize this, that over time they are just going to keep losing, and that's why they're trying to start and win it here, a rotation through the lower side with the double BZ, flanked by the Udes. That is, of course, a very good Inspire medium on Sand River, with the hull down ability that it brings as well, but 1-1 smartly set up in a way where they're not really that pushable.
These BZs have made it pretty far without getting spotted though, but even if they do appear, yeah, they appear now with Frugo. That I think was the RHMs pulling him out. The information tower is getting taken by EOS. They will find everybody and anybody, so they will know the positions. They'll take the strike in the middle as well, and they are starting to generate that map control though.
Starting to generate the map control as the Centurion was trying to reset the K91 of Nepal. That is taking the artillery strike here. You can see a lot of blind shots. That is not something we usually see because the tracers were disabled, but it's nice to see it here now that, you know, even when apparently nothing's happening, the teams are still trying and probing against what the other one is doing. But as of right now, it's not really netting W any kind of points or advantages even. Over 4 minutes have been played, and they still haven't found a single point of damage.
I mean, I feel like 1-1's already looking at endgame requirements, Gihan. Could it be?
It could be. And I think the assessment that you did, it's like they're going to try and keep lowering the HP on the MBY, and that's exactly what we see happening as Clorf takes another shot by the E50M as well for crossing over here. W realize that they are in a heap of trouble, and they're trying to, I guess, dig their way out of it, but they just keep digging and digging that hole and making it deeper and deeper. Clorf,
the Shrine buildings in front of this Divine Valor, though, in front of the BZ. He's getting spotted out. Ooh, Eos gets spotted out as well. Some damage being done, not that much. The strike coming out as well. That also takes out a lot of buildings, a lot of damage on towards this BZ75, who's getting peeked from the middle. He's trying to boost out, but I don't even know if he's going to make it out at this point. Look at all those shots coming in on towards that BZ, down towards a one-shot. He will not survive.
Indeed, it's going to be Itox to shut it down, and all of a sudden, the HP advantage, it's not really there anymore, and not that it matters. Now it's the tank advantage that counts, and W holds that one currently.
But they do take back their the AX into the base here for the side of 1-1, so that's pretty important as well. They will spot out, ooh, Squeezy down towards the one-shot, but they will need to decap first, though. They do find the decap, they still have the strike, because that would even out this kill disadvantage, but they still need to be very careful about the base. They're going to do a similar story though. I don't know about W's play here on the cap. They do use the strike on towards that. This is a similar story key, right? Well, that we saw before. Buildings being destroyed slowly but surely. When the buildings fall, the players are no longer safe. Karma is now picking up another strike, and they know that Squeezy is a one-shot as well.
Exactly. Karma is going to try and keep that strike, and you can see Clorf is trying to reset the strike with that MBY of his own. A baby strike does come in here. Karma doesn't hear it, gets reset, but only for so long. But that was a big strike actually coming in as the 277 peeks over. Does get tracked here. Not even sure if he has the reload or the shots. Resets start coming in on towards the cap, but still it's 20 seconds. The 277 really starting to bleed. Cap once again, a small reset coming out, but Karma gets reset on the strike by Clorf. Very small play.
Yeah, and you can see that double cap pressure gets abandoned. Like, it was so much pressure, but Frua took so much damage as well. It's like, yeah, time is getting low. Squeezy's dead actually to the AX as well. 1-1 even out the guns. They will pick up the strike now as well. The AX has arrived in front of them. Now the 50M starting to peek. Mentos from behind. That was an HE shot even coming in, but this Klurv position is even primed to get pushed on by the Fosh B as well. He's peeking over with that Mivi, giving a shot, taking many back. The D50M and the X coming in as well. Klurv down towards 500. Itox pushed up as well. Karma is on the hunt now. Klurv down towards the one shot. No more strike available, but his position is so isolated. The E50M shuts it down. He gets repushed by K91 in the middle of the map. That's Nepal and Mental's picking him up, but in return, Karma will now be chasing down Itox, and that Mivi left to his own devices. He will get some cover from the SCRV, which will put probably a high alpha shot in. No, Ios actually just misses that one altogether. The Mivi dies, and Karma needs to survive for this to be a good trade, but I think he'll just about be fine as well. And now with the RHM behind Ios, 1-1 seems to be closing in on the final members of W to make it a crushing 4-1 defeat.
W against the ropes here as Mentos starts to drive in, but only a track shot in towards that Centurion Action X, and I think that's the final nail into the coffin. Yes, the 277 of 1-1 is down towards a one shot, but Nepal on a one shot himself in the 1 versus 2 with a quickly reloading heavy tank, and Karma in the Fosh B to clean it up is going to confirm what we already know. We can see Mentos, he's trying to make it out of there. He wants to get out of here, wants to get away from the Chinese team, from the Chinese server, but it is not to be. He does get held, he does get killed, and 1-1 are going to be picking up this match 4-1, and this means that all of what's going to be happening in this group is still up for grabs in this last match of the day, where W will try and stay in the tournament, but they'll need a pretty clean sweep.
Yeah, they're looking at needing 4-0, or if 4-1 gets them on the same round difference as yeah, it will be interesting, let's put it that way. Some spice to their group, very nice, good to see. Congratulations to 1-1, big victory, so I bet they're happy. We're happy as well, so you know.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for W here was that after, you know, the great conversion and kill on towards the BZ75 in the beginning, or rather in the middle, let's say midpoint of the match, where, you know, they had bled a lot of damage, but then they respond with a kill. So far so good, but then they're not able to follow it up. The previously softened tanks just get overrun by the team of 1-1, and W end up looking kind of bamboozled here, dropping a map on their own server, even then completely getting cleaned up on the opposing team's server. Safe to say, this wasn't their match.
No. It started off strong, right? And then it ended up not quite that strong. And he 1-1 even donated this BZ. It was so obvious that they were going to get that, that they were going to go for him.
Mm-hmm. Man, by the way, that Divine Valor looks kind of nice skin.
Does it?
I like it.
Send me a picture. You're logged in anyways.
Yeah, I can do. I will do later. You can see it here in the preview. It looks kind of nice. What also looks nice is the damage on the Centurion Action X, by the way. 6.2k, and keep in mind, like, yeah, the Centurion is supposed to do the damage, but at the same time it keeps, like, inspiring, and a lot of damage on the Centurion means that he had a lot of inspires available. Let's take a quick look. How many roll skills did he use? 7. That is a lot of inspire.
Yeah. That is indeed a lot of inspires, but very good for 1-1, and also for the spice of this group, right, Gent?
Absolutely.
For W as preparation to future tournaments, right? This was not it.
This was definitely not it, and well, they still have the chance to make up for it later in the day when it's going to be against the NA team. But for the NA team, I mean, this is the perfect time here to go top of their group and just send W home. Then the winners of All S Season 2, All S Season 3 wouldn't even be in the semifinals of the Intercontinental Invitational. And already I think this is a crazy tournament because we have an entire 2 play days without a single Polish team. That hasn't been the case in quite a while. That is absolutely mind-boggling to think about it. But I think, Ducky, we have talked quite enough for the time being. After this is done, and after we are done with the replays, we'll be back with more matches on the EU and North American server, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Gamers, hello gamers, and welcome back to the WICI. I find that much easier to say, Phil, personally, than saying out the full name. Sponsored by AMD, Together We Advance Gaming. What did you think, Key, of 1-1 versus W?
I mean, I was watching it, obviously, together with Alex in the back of the streaming area here, and we were quite surprised on how things were going. I understand that there might have been some connection problems as well on the side of W, but as the EU first seed coming in and dropping 4-1 is definitely not desirable. But on the good side is we'll definitely have two different servers then, and no EU versus EU final if it comes that far. I think it's cool that we have confirmed one team per server for sure for the next stage. Means no server was eliminated on day one. But yeah, cashback against stacked, definitely something that we have been a bit more familiar with. Both of those teams have been on our stream, and both of those teams have been practicing with each other, I've been told. So I would say more of the similar style, more of the similar ballpark. I would say favorite as well, cashback again, but we saw how that went with a W match before.
Now, of course, in this group, Phil, we already know who's eliminated, so what we are playing for is seeding, correct?
Yes, but funnily enough, they don't know yet if being a higher seed is
better
good.
or worse. So
yeah,
we can expect neither
edition
team to play completely full out, right? Is that fair?
I guess that's fair. On the other hand, if you saw how teams played against 1-1, maybe you want to avoid being on the foreign server for too long or something like that, and you want to be first seed to have like kind of an edge there. But I guess either way, the teams will try their best. External here, standout player. Great performance doing the OLF, which qualified this team. And yeah, you can see his specialty is dealing a lot of damage, doing a lot of kills. Badget, CS, T57. But let's see if he can perform against cashback.
I mean, let's see what we have here. Predictions, I guess cashback 93%. Yeah, pretty expected in that regard. But maybe for stacked, it's more of a moment to try and prove themselves how they match up against European teams, even in the group stage for future events to come, right, Phil?
Exactly. I mean, some of those guys have been playing in the Chinese WCI in 2023. The two Argentinian players, Floki and Seabass, and obviously OP Hacker as well. But yeah, first map will be Pilsen, followed up by Himmelsdorf. We have had a couple of Himmelsdorf matches already this tournament. Pilsen is, I think, a first time?
Yes. A lot of Himmelsdorfs though, huh? Have you noticed?
I mean, it's just all-time classic.
Sure, but it's rare to see it that often. I remember in OLS, in general, we didn't see it all that often. The fact that there's a lot of little ghost town is a surprise, to be honest. I feel
maybe our team's feeling like the whole situation around the changes of the CS.
maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see. Also, group stage, you mentioned this match is not necessarily the most important one, because both of the teams are already qualified to the playoffs, and they knew about the order of the matches obviously ahead of time. So with both of them maybe expecting to win against GCAT, they decided they will maybe save some special strategies on maps where they don't have like that much variety or safety or something on their best threats. We'll see. Either way, we have a best of 7, meaning first to win 4, meaning we have at least 2 maps that we will see. But I would expect at least 1 round being picked up by how it has been going so far this tournament. Because aside from night matches earlier, there was not really anything that was looking too dominant, even the cashback games.
Yeah, no, even against GCAT, things could have gone in a different way. But like I said, maybe, you know, I think mainly for Stacked, it's probably a proving moment, trying to prove themselves against Cashback, which is, you know, still a very, 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 very good team that is, if anything, good training for tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah.
If nothing else, it's a good training.
Okay, well, looks like we have trained enough and we are ready for the big stage. Caster predictions coming in. Keehan saying 4-0. Both of us saying 4-1. I think Stacked, after 3 times the victory now in the OLF, should deserve to get at least 1 or 2 points in our prediction. I mean, you saw the community predictions was quite one-sided as well, but
maybe a bit too much one-sided though.
Exactly. I think Stacked is a very solid team, and I think even if Cashback is the favorite here, I think 97 or 93, I'm not sure what exactly it was, is maybe a bit too harsh.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a bit too harsh indeed. In that case, I mean, I went with a 4-1, but I was also considering a 4-2, you know?
I mean, there's no option to write 4 to 1.5.
Yeah.
You know.
I mean, maybe we should allow it, you know? Spice it up where you get half a point if you're right.
Okay, looks like we have loaded into the battle, and as expected, we have still some switching. Looks like Cashback has finalized their lineup with 3 times 430U, Forge-B, and ISET in the BZ75, Brainbreaker, Batchet, and Liberty. I think this Tessak, yeah, well, will not stay. We have a Forge-B and a Blishka, and stacked double T57, double for 30, Coleman in the EBR, external 268, and a K91. So no lighting versus EBR.
EBR though, which Coleman will have to do a very, very good. What server are we starting on?
US Central, so on the North American server.
Maybe that's why Cashback opts not to take the light time, but instead it goes very, very, very aggressively. Ooh, I said double track there. Needs to be careful, but it's 57, so that's a lot of damage. I said in that BZ, minus 3.2k. Ethan might even peek this, to be honest. Try to find the finish. He does not. Cashback just pushing through, but they're pushing right into the K91. And I said, these days he really is the unlucky player that has to do these kind of plays, yeah.
I'm not sure if it was like fully his fault, because sometimes you're just the one that drives in first, or you're the one that has to drive in. Same like OP Hacker will probably go down here in a big fireball. Now Barbarian pushing in, and Aka as well with the 430U has the ability active. But keep in mind, there is a K91 behind him. So now that the kill has been picked up, there's a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah, but where's the damage on these tanks from Cashback? I mean, the bad shot is even pushing into K1. Sebastian is dead. You know, I don't think they did enough to trade off OP Hacker, Phil. To be honest with you, I don't think they did nearly enough. They end up with a tank disadvantage.
1 HP.
This is...
Well, we'll have to see. Ethan seems like he has missed the window on shooting too little, so the only tank that can kind of decap is the EBR if he gets like around the corner there. Barbarian holding the other side, and I think Floki and Quenway, they need to still cross, so this might be very expensive.
And Barbarian just sitting there with the ability. He doesn't really care about Kenway clipping him. Kenway does a full clip, but you'll see the heal be pretty significant on Barbarian. You see those ticks? Those are very
started
big
on
ticks.
600.
Yeah, it's very, very, very big ticks.
Yeah, so he just healed like 1,000 damage. That's obviously optimal. And you can see Ethan is able to take the strike. There is no strike medium tank on the side of Cashback. And Brainbreaker will also not be in time with
If Liberty pushes the cap up, I don't know if they make it. Like, they still have to put it. Is it over? It could be. The strike's coming in now. It is over!
Oh, it is over.
It is over. Liberty.
Very close.
Yeah, but like, there's a lot to talk about this round. Cashback just running over, stacked. I mean, I really don't think that the trades for OP Hacker were good enough. The 57s were reloaded and ready, and I think they could even blow up the Fush B because they can just go
Yeah, I mean, you have to consider that all these trades that we were seeing, those were trades with the BZ being lost more or less for nothing, right? Like, those were two kind of independent situations. I said did one shot of damage. Maybe he could have done a second one, but it's not really his fault that the setup was in a certain way. But you also remember the T-57s, those were the tanks that gave him the initial brunt of damage. They bled a lot when they had to retake, and Barbarian was able to put a clip into them. So in the end, the damage that was returned on the T-57s was definitely there. But yeah, I mean, not much to say about the damage numbers on the winning team. But I would like to know what happened with the K91, because there was no light tank on the side of Cashback, so it's not like there was a plane on the K91.
No, he just got pushed by the bat. But he didn't do nearly enough damage to like this.
But why didn't the bat get punished?
He wasn't spotted driving up.
Yeah, I guess they just like miscommunicated there on the amount of tanks that were driving in. But the damage doesn't really represent what this match was about, because we see it's only 3 tanks destroyed. But I think even if the strike would have gone through, Cashback was like up by 2k. I think it was like 9.5 against 7 or something like that. In the end, I think this is usually the first round is kind of like the shake-up round, where you make sure that like you're fully with your head in the game, you're focused, and you avoid like further smaller mistakes. You remember the iSet drop at the very beginning. Now Cashback is the team that is like fully awake, and maybe Stacked has just woken up. We'll have to see.
I just think it's weird that, you know, Cashback is able to run over them like this, but you know, only time can tell us what will come out of that, right? This is the first round. We're switching after 2, right?
We are switching after 2, exactly. So we'll play another round.
Similar story as with 1-1 and W though.
Yeah, but I think both EU and NA teams should be used to the ping situation, and I think maybe the only players that might have a bit bigger issues are the South American players, because the connection might not be as good, but I'm not 100% sure how it is from Argentina. So we'll find out later, I guess.
So we get a second round of Pilsen now, and for Cashback, you know, that's a big plus. You know, they lose a tank for free and they still able to win.
Yeah, and obviously any round that you win on the server of the other team is one that puts you closer to your own server.
The EBR also did not have enough game impact here, you know?
Yeah, I think he gave a spot at the beginning, but only on like 2 or 3 tanks, because a lot of tanks were driving on the 1, 2, 3 line. And you mentioned it, like this whole push that happened onto OP Hacker there was kind of not received very well.
No, it wasn't. Cashback coming in. Double BC, double T57, double 430U, and a Fush B.
Yeah, Stacked is still switching around things a bit, but it looks like we have triple T57, an E4, a Fush B, a 430U, and again Coleman in the RHM. Coleman definitely an up-and-coming player. I was very much positively surprised by his results in the last 2 seasons of the Olaf. And he's one of the players that has not been playing for that long. So it's nice to see that there's some growing regional talent, and they don't have to just, you know, import Dady and hope that he can tank here and enough to get some good RNG.
Hopefully, hopefully. But both teams currently centered around this middle area. 3-line for Stacked, middle for Cashback, and Ethan. Phil is about to have the rudest of awakenings as Little and Twilight are now running through the middle, pushing past. Ethan is pushing forward, but what he doesn't know is that there's another T57 holding the other angle. This is the crossfire you don't want to be in. He dies, and now Stack has to make something happen. And yet again, Phil, they have this light tank that is going to have a very hard time to contribute. I said this time around in the BC, not having not that much better story as in round number 1, but external in that T57 doesn't even get across that little gap, that factory entrance. And now when we look at it, Cashback with 2 tanks advantage. Yet again, Liberty starting to get clipped up by Kenway, but Barbarian there has no issues shielding his light tank master. Sebastian in return, feeling the hurt of what all these 57s, 430Us and BZs can do. A strike comes out, that will do a good amount of damage, but Stack just does not have the numbers, does not have the guns to be holding on the onslaught of Cashback tanks that are just quickly and effectively driving through the American team.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, if I would be I sat there and I see the 430U that was kind of ruining my previous round blow up that much, it kind of gives me like a nice feeling of redemption, no?
Yeah, probably. You know, it's like, you know, that he's all out of luck. You know, there's no more bubblegum left for him to chew. He goes forward, he gets clipped by another 57. He stays, he gets clipped by double T57 heavy. Yeah, this was a quick lesson.
Tough one.
Quick lesson in efficiency.
7-0 as well.
Yeah. Well. What do you say to that? Not much. That was a perfect counter almost.
Yeah, and sometimes those situations, you're like, you can't really do more in the 430U. Maybe you can put in 1 extra shot, but it doesn't really change a lot. And then you have Cashback kind of active in the cap, closing in the factory, also making sure that they have the strike this time. So yeah, it was just very well coordinated. And you mentioned it in match 1, like, you felt like they were just being rolled over and stacked again, not really with answers.
No, but again, this light thing that they have is just getting absolutely exploited, no? At least it feels that way. I mean, yeah, but like 800, like, okay, he does more this time, but 800 of it is strike damage, so 2k damage, sure, like he hits his shots, but like, by the time he's in the game, 2 tanks are dead.
Yeah, also keep in mind, like, the Kenway damage at the end was like 4 shots, I think, on, like, yeah, you see, it's 10 shots in total, so 4 shots was the second clip. By that time, the match was basically over.
And, you know, for Cashback, nobody really, I mean, Twilight's, there's just not enough damage for him to go around, so...
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there, but maybe he just fired some shots into the air or something in the end. Because when we saw the last shots, like the last shots into the 430U, everyone was reloading. So I would assume that maybe he hit the 4th shot of the first clip into like the wreck or something like that when everyone was clipping out on the 430U. Either way, very good performance by Cashback. Not much to complain if you win 7-0. And that means we'll switch servers now. And we'll continue on the European server. Obviously, that means as well that we change the map. We have played 2 rounds of Pilsen. Himmel servers next. How are we feeling about that one?
I mean, I think if you're Cashback, it's another drive map, you know? Like, you've already driven over them twice. You might want to do it 4 times in a row. The good thing here for Stacks is actually the fact that we're switching server.
Because they got a bit of extra break?
Yeah. It's like a...
I mean, it might be welcome from their side. On the other hand, it's also like, I think if you have this momentum of winning twice on the on the only round that you will have to play on the server that you're not familiar with. And same the other way around. Do you think you get a bit of a mental edge?
Sure. Why not? But then again, it's also like you gotta take a step back here and think about how serious they're taking the match to begin with.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Both teams know that they are qualified. Neither team knows who they will be matched against if they win this match. So
it's like, yeah, you don't even care if you win or lose, honestly, because you cannot predict what happens in the other group anyways, you know?
yeah, but I mean, winning is always good, right?
Sure.
Can't hurt to win.
Unless you already like accepted that you lost before the match started, you know?
I would assume that Stack does like first seed for an A, kind of doesn't come in with that attitude. It's not like, oh well, we play cashback, match is over anyway.
No, but like it's like we don't care if we lose because we don't know who we're gonna play against anyways, and we don't care who we're playing against.
Maybe they're so confident that they say we'll win anyway against whoever we'll have to play. But that's the story for tomorrow. We'll continue obviously with this match and then the other group as well. So the other group definitely being the one that is more fought over, I guess, because of the loss that we saw with W dropping to 1-1. But do you think W will be able to... I think they need to win at least 4-2? Is that correct?
No, right? They need to win better than 4-2, no?
Or 4-1? I think they need to win 4-1.
Yes.
4-1 for a tiebreaker? And then they have the...
Yes, round difference.
Yeah, and then they have the round difference against...
I mean, you're the
against
expert.
Footballogy. Yeah, so they need to win 4-1 at least.
Yeah, 4-1 or 4-0.
I mean, yeah, that
if it's 4-2, it's not great because then they would already need to win the fastest. What was win the fastest, right? Which
no, but like the point is that they would have had the direct comparison. I mean, everyone would lose. Oh, we'll just have to see.
We don't know what's going to happen. You know, let's just start off with the fact that they need to win.
That's what I said earlier. Like, winning is always good.
In their case, definitely. And then otherwise, they're out of the tournament. Between these two, you know, if you lose, you're still playing tomorrow. But for W, if you lose, you're like, no. I mean, you might be playing training tomorrow.
No, or like
or tournament
battles.
Do you have a tournament scheduled for tomorrow?
We can put one. I think there's one at 9 o'clock or something.
Exactly. So you know. I think Cashback will go to driving strategy again.
Yeah, I mean, just experiment a bit, drive in, win the round. Sounds like a good plan.
I'm still not sold on the 100s, though.
On any map or
on Himmels? I don't know.
On Himmels stuff, I feel like there's a good reason to pick like one of them.
But the three of them,
if you want
like,
to,
it works good.
If you want to kind of
lineups, but
yeah, but I feel like if you want to like just be a sponge in one position, the 100 can be pretty fine. Like for instance, on the defense of the cap circle, where you can kind of like trade shots against other tanks that have like lower alpha, like a 430U or something like that. On the other hand, the E100 turret was buffed, so maybe you can try to like...
Not buffed against 375 APCR though.
Yeah, exactly. Like E3s and E4s will still make short work out of it.
I mean, you got buffed a little, but not meaningfully enough that the E3 and E4 is going to be like, oh wow, this has become really difficult now.
Do you think we'll see Shelby walk and Beast play?
No.
If this goes to 3-0?
No,
like for the fourth round?
I don't think so. I feel like there's something missing in this video in the middle of the map. Like some...
What would you like to be there?
Some Zeppelin. I think the video didn't have the Zeppelin.
Huh.
You know, I just realized. I saw the 2 circles and I'm like, hold up. Wait a minute. Where is the Zeppelin? Maybe we can get around to it again. I only... Look, Phil. Where is the Zeppelin?
Yeah.
Where is it?
I mean, you know, maybe the AMD sign.
Yeah. We had to remove the Zeppelin. So there it is. See, I see it now. You see, I can see the Zeppelin. This is like Where's Waldo, but Extreme Edition.
So we have this game in Germany which just like I see a color that you can't see. Or maybe like I should say like I see something green and you need to guess what is it that I'm seeing that is green.
I see what you can see, Phil. It's big and it's on fire and it came down from the sky.
Well, I definitely can't see it. Yeah, that's a pretty empty inner core chip.
Yeah, dude, now when I mention it, it's very obvious, right?
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe it's because the map video was recorded prior to the changes. Is this how the normal Himmel stuff looks like?
No.
No, right?
No way. We always had the on this Onslaught version of Himmels. We always had the descent from the. No,
yeah, but you remember that at the.
No, maybe no. Yeah, no. We had a previous version of Himmels, I guess, but there was no circles in the middle, man. I think. Was there?
Yeah, but like, the circles were there now.
Were they?
Like it was, like right now you see the circle is there.
Yeah, but did we have that in the first Onslaught version?
Oh, I don't know.
Exactly, because there was one when AMXM4 was meta, right? No.
No, AMXM4 was only meta in attack defense.
No, wasn't it during an Onslaught season as well? I swear it was during an Onslaught season as well.
No.
You want to bet on this? I'm down to bet.
Yeah, you will lose because the first Onslaught season.
I don't know if it was
AMX-M4. It was the 268 version.
I want to bet on this. I don't know what we're betting, but I remember playing AMX-M4 in Onslaught. Maybe not Onslaught season, but Onslaught for sure.
Yeah, but not OLS for sure.
No, I'm not talking about OLS. I said Onslaught season. I didn't say OLS. You know, that's very different.
But like, then it was like prior to like tournaments in Onslaught, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, either way, we bought a bit of time. Now we switched the server and we hope that there will be no further extra breaks. Map, as you have seen to a big extent, is Himmelstow. 4 autoloaders on the side of Stacked, which is a 50B, a Foch 50B, 2 T-57s, and then we have 3 tank destroyers with E4s and V4.
Jesus.
And on the set of Cashback, we have 5 E4s now.
They just keep forming.
1 to 1B and CS63. I think I like the Cashback lineup a bit more.
Yeah, they could have made it 4 E4s, you know, but yeah, those it's perfect lineup for Inspire though as well, you know.
Exactly. So you boost the gun statistics a bit, and you just like pump out the damage.
Yeah, this is, especially if Stacked is doing what they're doing now, which is driving down the middle. Iset's going to be on the cap really early or behind that hold on. First shot being given by Little. He did spot out external. Coman spotted out as well. Theft minus 1,842. And yes.
Yeah, and keep in mind, this ability is a level 1 ability. So it's not like 70% of the damage received.
It's like 30%. So
yeah.
Fluky, like now look at this stacked lineup right now. Look at the stack lineup, Phil. Where do they go?
3 tanks are stuck. The Force B is getting the strike, but it's in damage.
Externals being chased down.
That does look fairly problematic. Also, like, who is supposed to like hold the positions now? You have.
Oh my God, they really. It's not pretty. This is not. If there's any children here, please look away now because this is not pretty. Fluky's the first one driving down. He's on 69. Nice. But Ethan now.
Did you see Barbarian who was like, I'm not shooting that one shot. Take him out.
I wouldn't shoot the one shot here either, man. Like, look at it. Like, it's over.
You have 750 alpha. You're not shooting the 70 HP.
Why would you? You're already up like 10,000 HP at that point. You know, like you're going for the statistas at that point. Wow, that was. Oh my God, that's a big strike. It hits only 2, but still, ow. Jesus, that was quick.
I mean, you know.
That was pain. There's not much to say, man. They drove into the middle and they died. Like,
I think they realized that we had to wait quite a bit of time for the server switch.
Yeah.
And they were like, guys, we'll make it quick.
Ow. Like, if you're stuck, it's ow. It's just like, The last 2 rounds you've played are like, ow, that was.
But I have to say, like, with the first match on between Cashback and GCAT, it being kind of like, you know, this like slow shenanigans. Maybe they just wanted to like show now that they have the confidence and they can do whatever they want. They're like a top team here and they want to be considered as one. So obviously a 4-1 victory against GCAT, who is the first seed from China, is still a good achievement. But maybe they just like decide to, we want to limit what we are showing in terms of strategies, and now we are showing definitely that we can win.
So basically, guys, if you were wondering, Stacked went for the middle fight, and Cashback put every tank in position to avoid the middle fight.
Exactly.
Sadly, the second one was...
I mean, Iset even had the time in his CS to exit the speedy mode, then have this 2 seconds where you can't shoot, and then give one into the Foch. And the Foch arrived with like, I don't know, like 6 shots taken or something. 5 shots taken, and then he took
still
like...
did his full clip and strike damage, so at least that, I mean, 5 out of 6 and strike damage, so he tried his best, but it doesn't get better from there, does it? I mean...
Yeah, I mean, you can take a look. They did what they could, but it was just not enough, and everyone in the other team contributed. Like 4 shots here, Liberty, ability activations 4 times in that short match. That's also making a bit of a difference, and then everyone just making sure they hit their shots. Good stuff by Cashback. I mean, I think they kind of had the advantage that it was made easy for them, but you still need to convert it.
For sure, they still need to convert it. It's, however, not been pretty though for Stacked. Phil, we're getting run over.
So are we just marking this as, they didn't really take it serious?
I mean, that's a good thing for Stacked, right? You know, if you lose this 4-0, you'll be like, we didn't care.
But how much of the we don't care can you use tomorrow?
If you tell yourself...
If you go tomorrow, -1, -2, and you're like 0-2 down, and now you have lost yesterday 4-0 and 6 in a row now, is that like dragging on your confidence?
If you tell yourself enough times that you don't care, Phil, you don't care, you know?
I mean...
You just have to convince yourself of it.
Okay, well, I guess there'll be a lot of convincing happening tomorrow then. But yeah, Stacked obviously has won their match against GCAT. We mentioned it a couple of times, even 4-0. So maybe they kind of had the confidence now, and losing against Cashback is a bit of a grounding. So we can even interpret it as something good. Now they're like down back to earth. But as we mentioned, we switched the servers and now everyone is ready. We'll have shorter breaks between the rounds, and we're about to hop into the next game. Second round of Himmelsdorf. Do you expect this to be the last one?
Yes. The last 2 rounds have like kind of like, you know, they've taken my confidence and crushed it. And then taken it again and rolled over it again with like a flattening, one of those trucks that flattens the road, you know? A roller.
I mean, you know how it is. I came in like a wrecking ball, and I think that's what Cashback is doing.
Yeah, basically.
They're just like... On the other hand, like, the last match was kind of like... The last round was the opposite, where Cashback was kind of like the wall, and Stacked wanted to be the wrecking ball, but it kind of didn't work out for them.
Things could have been better, let's put it that way. But they're not down and out yet. They got another shot at it right here. Cashback, quad E4, a 1-1B, a mouse, and a 60 TP version off against Stacks E4, double forge B, triple forge TDU, and a BAT. A DPM/burst lineup.
So what do you prefer? Like, they're very different, no?
The 4 TDUs need to get a good engagement, like a really good engagement for it to work.
I feel like this is again one of those scenarios where Stacked wants to really be the aggressive team, wants to push, wants to be the one bringing the fight. And Cashback is the team that is like, yep, We are ready for you. Okay, so 430Us have taken the strike. I mean, the Batchet is taking the strike. So the decap of the other strike is possible. 430Us have taken the cap circle, obviously. Little in the 60 TP will take a shot from the E4 if he crosses there. At least that's what I would expect him. Actually, bounce coming out from the E4. So the 60 TP has 11 seconds left. You can see the decap there onto Aka. 60 TP with 5 seconds left. They're trying to track him. Decap comes in. That brings 12 seconds. He needs to bring in another decap because the strike takes some time to be collected. And
there's one over HP. There's an HP reset coming in from...
not too bad for Cashback,
no, it doesn't at all. I mean, these 430Us and E4 will find the kill on Little now, continuing on the march on towards Barbarian, but he says hello with that big old American Tango Shore slapping him for 750. That is a big strike, sending Stacked almost on their way home as it hits on 3 targets. Now they're trying to drive down, but this 1-to-1 B mouse combination is still pretty dug in. Aka and Brainbreaker combining on towards Sebastian in the meantime. They have a push B to worry about though. Liberty starting to get clipped out and Stack still trying to do what they can. Coman finds a kill. Can they find a little more as Twilight pulling around the corner. External with 2 more shots available. Hits the first, needs to hit the second as well. He does. Now it's on Coman to find the kill while this mouse is reloading. It doesn't look like he wants to go for it, opting for the side scrape instead, and Stacked have a real opportunity here with 6 versus 5. Make that 5-on-5. Now Coman looking and eyeing up the kill. Fluky coming off of reload as well pretty soon, healing up a little bit. Sebastian trying to stay alive as well, trying to trade it out, gives Aka a shot, very important. Aka going for Fluky in return. He needs to hit this one. Fluky hits the first. Aka puts him in the grave, however. And now Sebastian against Brainbreaker is a fight that Brainbreaker should be winning out as well. So it is close, but no cigars so far as Coman now tries to find the kill, but Barbarian will not let him pick up his Twilight. He's his delight. Coman goes down. Brainbreaker to find Sebastian, and now it's just External and Eaton, the last 2, as Stacked had a quick and effective 4-0 loss against Cashback.
Oh, did you see the last shot? Like a nice HE penetration into the back of the Batchet. Cashback, the European juggernaut, coming in with a lot of things to prove. 3 times finalist now, 3 times second place, but not in this group stage. They eliminate any doubts and take this 4-0. Very convincing match.
This one Stacked had potential, like a little play here or there that went more their way, and you know, who knows, you know, Coman maybe killing the mouse a bit earlier, for example, or you know,
maybe they could have traded into the 60 TP a bit more effective.
Yeah, there's like a small thing.
They traded into the 60 TP, putting him down to like 800 or something. But the decaps came, and the E4s from the cap circle were really able to shoot back. So you lost HP on the 60 TP, but the decap arrived, and I mean, you can see the E4s, lots of damage.
Making this E4, it's like the higher the alpha, the more dummy proof, Phil, you know? Like making those 430Us work is just harder than making an E4 work, because you have to hit 2 times as much.
No. Especially because of the damage reduction.
Exactly. So it's like, it's harder. And it can work when you get the ball rolling, for sure. It can, but it's very, very hard. But good job to Cashback though. This was a good general rehearsal for them for tomorrow. They're probably feeling pretty confident. It will not, you know, undo, even if they win this, it will not undo the loss of OLS, but it's always nice, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And I guess because 1-1 is the team that basically has 6 round wins already. And if Burbo doesn't win, 1-1 should be first place. So that would mean Stacked plays against 1-1. Is that correct? I was just saying, like, Stacked, if Burbology doesn't win, then Stacked will play against 1-1?
Yes, because
1-1 got 2 points in their loss, and W only 1. But yeah, very interesting match, definitely.
I think we should ask the intern. to give us, you know,
The intern.
the intern. You know, the intern should be handing you like a little sheet of paper together with the coffee, like possible outcomes of the next match. Sir Phil.
Okay.
You just make sure that he addresses you by sir. I think it's really important.
I mean, you know how it is. They don't address their master if they're not being asked.
That's crazy. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. I feel just under the table pulling the leash. Come here.
Well, I mean, this is definitely something where we can look forward to, but we have a short replay break, and then we'll be back with the all-deciding and last match for today. Obviously, the drops will continue on Ducky's channel, and another match ahead of you. Guess we are back, and the replays have to wait a tiny moment. We're facing some slight technical difficulties, but in a moment we'll head off to the highlights, and you can already look forward to the last match of today.
The world is full of unanswered questions, beyond all limits or reason. The answers await. Adventure found me. Damn, that was close. Everything lost is meant to be found. If adventure has a name, it must be mine.
Step on to the hero's path. Let's get going.
Well, hello there, and welcome back to the last match of the day of the group stage of the AMD Intercontinental Invitational. Thank you, of course, very much to AMD for sponsoring the tournament. And now, Daki, we might be in for quite the dramatic best of 7.
Well, it's a best of 7 with a lot on the line, Kihan. Let's put it that way, right? So guide us through, Kian. What needs to happen here?
Well, what needs to happen here depends on what you would like to see, right?
Give us the outcomes. So, any of these teams can still make it.
Yeah, of course, 1-1 do not have it in their own hands anymore, because they played both of their matches already. They lost against Bubology. They won against W. However, they have a little thing going for them, and that is that they lost slightly less bad, as they were dominant in beating W 4-2 and 4-1, the respective scorelines. So this now means that W are going to need a pretty clean victory against Bubology if they still want to top the group. And they need a quick victory to top it off as well.
Exactly, and let's not forget that for Bubology here, the name of the game, Kian, is not really beat W, to be honest with you. The name of the game is win enough rounds against W. I don't think they care whether they win. They would like to win, of course, the whole match. But winning like 2 rounds and knocking out W would for Bubology be amazing, right? Because for them, knocking out W, they probably think that, you know, like even the 1-1 beat W, that W on any given day normally is the stronger team.
And the thing is, as well, if they knock out W, then they all of a sudden won the head-to-head against 1-1, right? So, yeah, a lot of the line here. And if you're...
Yeah, that gives them like a road into the finals, basically.
Yeah.
Because then they play against Stacked, right? Yeah, then they play against Stacked, because Stacked is second. So then it's a North American
Fair.
final.
Yeah, it would be a North American affair then. First of all, though, Bubology have their work cut out for them, because W, I mean, they have had a bit of time now to stomach, I guess, what happened in the match against 1-1. And here we can see the team lineups. Bubology coming in. And, I mean, if the past match is anything to go by, 4-2 was a good scoreline. They're, of course, looking... I mean, you were talking about winning rounds, etc., but... And that should be their goal, but if they win enough of them, they might even take the victory here, because W, even on their own server of EU, have not looked unbeatable.
It is indeed the case. Yeah, W, it's going to be tough, Kian. You know, they need to win and dominate.
Yeah, and maybe Jackifa back from his trip, maybe he'll be able to help against Bubology, because that is certainly what W needs now. A lot of help, maybe some RNG in their favor as well. And for Bubology, we have the team captain of Chase coming in with a nice suit. Actually, I think on the Chinese streams we saw the suit with color. It's shining in all colors of the rainbow.
Yeah, Kihan did him dirty by making it not have all the colors, actually.
Also, tanks played, by the way, for Chase. They didn't even bother with like marking down tanks. They were just like a bit of everything. All right, community predictions. Keep in mind, those were done before the matches started. So we do see W vastly favored. And to be honest, before the day started, I could have seen that. 95-5, maybe a bit on the W side. However, now that we saw W really crumbling and faltering under the pressure, I am not so sure anymore as we go in towards the map pick and ban, Moravanka and Westfield being removed respectively. So we're going to start on a map that W probably don't really have the best of, thoughts about right now. It's going to be on Ensk.
It is the map where they went crushingly down against 1-1. But no, honestly, Ensk is still fine for them, though. What's, I don't know if you mentioned it or if I missed it. What server are we starting on?
We are starting on EU.
Okay, so we need a strong start here from the side of W. It's a tough match for them, Kihan, because it's not just winning, it's winning convincingly. I think that is the bigger problem.
Exactly, and just like the community predictions, the caster predictions as well were made before the day started, and that is why we are seeing a 4-1 across the board. If I was able to readjust that, I'd probably add another point or two on the side of Bobology, although I'd stick with W.
Yeah, I think so too. I do believe that W will win the match, but I think that they're going to lose too many rounds for it to matter. But let's see if they can prove us different, though. Round number 1 on Ensk. Double mouse, a 1-1B, and 4 E4s for W.
Yeah, W tried and tested lineup, I think, for them, and Bobology a little on the heavier side. Coming from North America, triple mouse, 1-1B, Foshby, and double E4.
Which one do you like more?
To be honest, I think I like W's lineup, just because the E4 is pretty straightforward, easy to execute, effective tank. Especially also against the mouses, I think the E4 does kind of well, because it negates both of the advantages that the mouse has. Like, it has a lot of pen, and it does a lot of alpha damage, and it even negates the incoming damage, so the mouse against the E4 is never a matchup where you would kind of favor the mouse. As the first shots from the E4s come flying in, and one of them finds the mark. It's Dark Ninja that actually goes down a considerable amount of HP. That was double E4 connecting. Yeah, 2 E4s find the shot on towards Dark Ninja. He takes some damage, and now they're readjusting with those E4s. I think looking towards zero line, there is a TD and a 0-4. W as well. I think that is an E4 as well, of course, because they only have E4s. Double cap pressure is now on. Squeezy starting to take the info and strike on the other side. And now Burbology needs to find a way in to find not just one reset, but future resets. Yeah, double cap pressure by the team of W. There are shots flying towards Mentos, but those didn't end up resetting, and now this is going to be a costly cross. So far, the tanks have not been spotted. Dady, actually a European representative on the Bobology lineup, is going to lead the charge as Ios takes aim. Is still reloading though, so the cross is not going to be costly at all. Instead, it's going to be Bobology collapsing on towards W.
Yeah, Drafts even misses the shot. December pops the ability. I don't even know if he's going to get his clip out. 2 more shots available. He starts to heal, so he will go back above that 1-shot potential for the 750 Alpha guns. 2 shots, however, will find him and put him down. Frugo now getting pushed on by Chase, by the team captain as well. Some ramming coming in, and across the board, it's still a 6v6. It is playable here if they can focus on Frugo. Who knows what's possible? Dejdi, of course, not with a ping disadvantage whatsoever, is blocking, and Frugo actually misses the shot. So now Dejdi and Chase will remove him. The HP, it's playable for either of the 2 teams. Squeezy is starting to be very impactful in this game though, with that 1-1B starting to pop off, starting to put in the damage as well.
Exactly, as still this is anyone's game. It is a 5 versus 5, but with the HP advantage on the W team as Itox and Draps traded out. No damage reduction currently available for that E4 as Aya starts to flank Duck Ninja. Itox falls, however. This is gun advantage, make it parity once again as Klurf retaliates, putting Duck Ninja into the grave. Klurf currently between everyone, but Muscles gets found. That is 2 E4s teaming up on that singular 1-1B. He gets removed, all of some W in the driving seat.
And now Octo will probably try to peek Klurf here. He does find the drive-by as well. One more cheeky shot from Squeezy will connect, but now Drops. You can see that E4, he's about to get tag teamed, and that is Chase on a lot of HP. Nepal will peek it though, will give the shot away towards drafts, not really needed. And now they're hunting for Octo. He doesn't connect his shot. IOS below the rails potentially will not find it either. Chase now trying to do what he can, chasing, but that HP, it's even, but that will fall. That 1-to-1B of Squeezy, I think, will be the undoing of this team of Burbology. A shot coming out from Nepal. IOS will find the shot as well, or they will move over towards Octo. It doesn't really matter. They will switch towards Octo. He will survive on a one-shot, but Squeezy should not have any problems finding the kill there against that E4 soon enough. The HE shell actually not connecting, so now Octo has an opportunity to give Squeezy a big one. He finds it as well, and it's not as clean as you would have liked, Kihand.
No, it is a 2 versus 1 still though, but Squeezy on a one-shot needs to be careful. It is kind of even in the HP department, and oh, Chase missing the shot. He tried to execute Squeezy in the 1-to-1B, who is now going to make a fadeaway, possibly even in towards the strike, and obviously that E4, it is just so powerful against the mouse in this kind of scenario, mitigating the mouse DPM, mitigating the armor even. Chase is doing a tremendous job angling, but not a tremendous job shooting on the firing range. Takes one by IOS down towards one shot. Squeezy is just going to collect the strike, and then the Air Force is there as Squeezy is going to collect it with a shot of his own, but the strike would have been coming in, and W in a extremely messy round number 1 pick it up here, but that was far less clean than you would have liked. And keep in mind, this is, once again, the EU, the home server. I mean, the ping is not like that much of a difference between EU and NA servers, but the thing is, like, W normally should be favored, and W is playing with a slight advantage, and still it gets so messy. You could say a lot of the W players are currently shaken maybe by what happened against 1-1. They seem mentally just not really there.
I mean, 1 round on the board for W. 3 to go. It's still a tough situation to be in, Kian, nonetheless.
Absolutely, and wow, I mean, we can see IOS completely popping off with 7.8k and 3 kills to his name, almost perfect shooting. Talking about perfect shooting, by the way, Nepal really showing up. And yeah, the only one that was not really able to convert was Mentos. I mean, he has a perfect pen rate, but if you don't do a lot of shots, that doesn't really translate a lot of damage. And I think the difference maker in this round really was the 1-to-1B placement across the map, where, you know, the 1-to-1B of W stayed alive, and the 1-to-1B of Burbo just died. So you have that kind of DPM Inspire that is just out there on the map working for you, whereas Burbo didn't have that.
Yeah, that's indeed a problem that I can see, Kihan, to be honest with you. That that 1-to-1B of W did a great amount of damage, and Muscles, when we saw him first, he was surrounded by E4 and died. Yeah.
I mean, as soon as that is the case, right? As soon as you're surrounded by E4, you are going to die as a 1-to-1B. Your job as the 1-to-1B player is to not go into this situation, kind of. So I guess maybe a little bit of the blame here towards the 1-to-1B of Burbology. Then again, maybe he didn't have full information. Stuff like this can always happen. And I mean, if you're playing this Inspire medium, you're kind of, you know, balancing on a razor's edge. Because on the one hand, you don't want to die, but on the other hand, you kind of need it to deal damage, because otherwise you're not charging your Inspire, which then in turn means that you're useless.
Let's see. One step, Kian. They need to take 3 more. And they can't tumble.
3 more is what is indeed required here. Let's see if W is able to do that. They have taken the first step, but I would like to remind you, it was far from clean. There was, like, for example, like in the end game, this HE shot on the E4, where realistically you can't be sure to one-shot him with HE, so you just flank, put one shot into the side and accept the damage. That makes it far safer. And, like, imagine Chase hits the shot under the rails onto the 1-to-1B, and then all of a sudden it's a 1-on-1. Like, oh man, that could be a potential big tilter. It wasn't to be, alas, and so now we go into round number 2. I think for W, bumpy road, but so far, so good.
I mean, exactly, Kian. It's bumpy, but I'm not really too convinced that they're going to make it yet. You know, they got to keep proving themselves, and it starts in the second round now on Ensk. Triple mouse, a 1-1B, triple E4 for W.
And Babology kind of switching it up. Triple mouse, I mean, so far so standard, but then it diverts heavily, as we do see a 50B and triple Fosh B. So Babology really coming in with those autoloaders.
They need to find a good opportunity to push Kihand. Wait, W needs 4-1 or 4-0, right?
Ideally, yeah. Ideally for them, that is. And for Babology, it's all about preventing that. You could see the shot by the mouse, by the way, destroying the wall in HJ5. That is going to mean spots now for the team of Babology down the 5 line. So W kind of cut off from rotating into the city. But we, of course, as the all-knowing observers, we see that that is not at all what W is doing. Instead, triple mouse commitment by Babology into the middle. And it kind of gets mirrored by W, who are now committing the E4s down as Mentos takes the first shot of damage for trying to mitigate the cap. And the laser show gets started up as a lot of crossfire gets put. That is double Fosh B on the field by Babology. And it's paying off. Squeezy down towards 700 HP, tries to make a getaway.
Yeah, he will make a getaway, but these Fosh Bs are very happy. Like, look at Raps and Muscle's ability, Kihan. Level 3 and basically level 2, so they're already very happy. Dejdi as well, with the strike in hand on level 2 ability. So they're in a prime position to make something out of this with this advantage that they've built in the beginning of the game. The strike comes out, will hit home, 800, that's level 3 ability for Dejdi as well. Now they just need to find an opportunity to push with those Fosh Bs, Kihan, in my opinion, and not lose the mouses before that, because December's dropping low already.
December dropping low. He's going to try to do one more shot of damage. He's going to convert that one into Mentos, but now the E4s have arrived. December taking another one down towards a one-shot, and Klurf to pick it up. So the gun advantage is there for W, but the HP advantage is on the side of Babology's. Those Fosh Bs really trying to get into the fight, but the E4s by W on the field so far preventing that. Ios down towards a one-shot. Nepal with a good ram prevents Draps from really getting away fast, but Draps makes it around the corner, starts healing up, and that is good heal.
That's a big heal even. He will explode though, but they have to blow another salvo into that. Is that going to be enough? That's a big question, Kian. Like, because of that, they needed to fire another entire salvo into him to pick him up. And now Aitok starting to get clipped out by Dejdi, who came off of reload. Dejdi bounces the first and also the second in that regard. Octo is looming. However, Dejdi is making a mess out of this kill altogether. Will not find it very easily. Finally is hitting the shots that he needs to. Octo will be there, the saving grace to find success, but Dark Ninja now in that mouse is going to fall as well, and this 50B is clipping out on towards Klurf. Can he find some more shots? Muscles now with the Fosh B. I think he's stuck against the building behind him as well. Frugo coming in, Muscles pops the ability, but he's dead in the water. Has now 3 tanks left standing from Stacked, who really had everything going this round and are still not able to convert it.
Yeah, Stack kind of fumbling in the second round on Ensk, and now you can see the coordinated peaks coming out from W that seemingly have found a bit of the composure that so far today has been sorely lacking on the team in white here right now. Dady with the heal, he's going to heal above a one-shot for one of those high alpha TDs, but another shot is going to confirm that he now is. Nepal kicks him down into the grave, leaving only Octobear in that 50B, left out alone in the dark, and the Sharks probably closing in soon.
This is a very, very, very good for W. 2 steps taken, Keyhand. 2 more steps to go. The downside for them is they're going 20 now, right?
Yeah, exactly. They kind of did what they always needed to, which is convert their own server 2-0. That's what did not happen against 1-1, so it's kind of better already. However, is this trend going to continue is the question. W, 2 rounds on Ensk against Babology, but I feel like both times it wasn't really that clean. The first round especially, extremely messy.
Yeah, no, and this round I think like there was real opportunities here for Babology. I mean, fully charged abilities, fully charged strikes, lineup basically dead Squeezy on 600 HP and not able to convert it.
Yeah, but once again, Squeezy was one of those tanks that was alive until the end of the battle. So after that initial play on the field, for which he heavily bled, to be honest, he was able to stay out of the thick of it, keep his tank in the game, deal some damage, and as always with the Inspire medium, the damage is not the entire story. He also was able to just continuously provide gun handling, DPM, all those juicy soft stats towards the entirety of his team. And I feel like for Burbo, even though the Foshs are on place 1 and 3 of damage respectively, I would have liked for them to make a more aggressive move, somehow.
I feel like the mouses and Fosh beasts are very disjointed.
Yeah, the mouse is also like pushed in when the Foshs weren't really ready at that point, and then like Dark Ninja completely got obliterated. Like Dark Ninja has 4.3. I'm not even sure how he was able to rack up that much damage in such a short amount of time. But I do agree, the synergy wasn't really there. But yeah, Ensk is Babology's map pick, but obviously W's server. Now, however, the script together with the servers and sides is all possibly going to get flipped, as through the magic of the internet we are going to travel hundreds if not thousands of kilometers, or maybe even miles. What the hell is a kilometer, right? It's a little bit past July 4th now, but still, there we go. We are going to travel over towards Pilsen and over towards the NA server.
Yeah, and you know, it's starting to... So do we now believe, that W is going to win it clean? They're halfway there.
I somehow feel like... Okay, maybe I'm biased, right? Because I live in the EU area of the World of Tanks servers. Maybe I'm biased here, but I feel like this is sort of a W's story to write. If they show up big time and they deliver what we know they are capable of, then I think their ceiling is a lot higher than what Verbology might be able to deliver, right? But as we saw before, as high as the ceiling for W is, you know, not always do they reach it. And Verbology kind of has that stable impression to me, is that if W are not going to be able to jump high enough, then Verbology is going to be the wall that, you know, W stumbles over.
Mm-hmm. This could be the case. And Pilsen is not an easy map to play either, Key. So I think that plays actually in favor of W, though.
It might. It might. Pilsen, one of those maps with a lot of angles, and I think also W is an extremely versatile team, which works very much in their favor, simply because if you're playing against W, you never know. You're never gonna know what you get. It's like a box of chocolate, right? Are they going to play slow and control? Are they going to play like some ultra aggressive all-in execute strategy blind? Are they going to be playing La Rata even though it has been nerfed? Or are they going to once again do what they did in Orla Season 2? Are they going to pull out the T-57 traps? You don't really know, because their arsenal of potential playstyles is extremely large, and this makes it very difficult. But once again, if you're trying to play these, if you're trying to juggle these many kinds of playstyles, you need to be mentally focused and there, and that is not always the case for them.
What do we think? What do we think? Verbology wins the next round?
So I think if W wins the next one, they do it 4-0. If they lose the next round, W that is, they have even the potential of losing the match. Because then they're going to be like mentally shattered.
It's hard to say, Kian, honestly. It's hard, but they put themselves kind of in this situation as well. I don't know. You can make all the cope you want about ping, yep, yeah, but at the end of the day...
I mean, the fact remains that, you know, 1-1 was able to get around on the opposing server, while W didn't manage to do that.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
All right, Pilsen though. We talked about it. It's a very technical map. I feel like the fast cap strategies on it have kind of fallen out of fashion, a little bit at least. But it doesn't mean they never happen anymore. I think Cashback pulled one out of the bag during the Season 3 All-S finals, where it was very cool to see that apparently the strat books for not all teams have been completely expended yet. And since then, of course, teams have had time to get creative. So maybe this is where we're going to see something that some of the teams have maybe kept for themselves. Because realistically, for both of those teams right now, a lot is on the line.
Let's see first what kind of like a strat we're gonna get here. Like how aggressive it is gonna be, how passive, what really is it gonna be the play, you know?
And also what's going to be the mindset. I think Bobology on Ensk, they kind of tried to be aggressive and they tried to play, but either they weren't like completely convinced about it or the executes were kind of slow. And for W at the end of the day, it was like maybe also a little bit individual player skill difference. Remember the 1-to-1B getting caught out between E4s in game number 1, or you know, the Fosh Bs not really committing in too fast while the Mouses were already almost dead in game 2 for Bobology. So maybe it might also be a way for W to, you know, not put the pedal to the metal, not, you know, full on go into this match with some all-in strategy, but rather give a little bit of room to Bobology, and by giving them room, I mean room to make mistakes.
I really think that Bobology could have, was it the first or the second Ensk? The first Ensk actually, that they really had an opportunity to get in there and win it, and they kinda let it slip. Mainly that 1-to-1B, to be honest. It was really out of the fight there.
Yeah. I mean, that being said, we are now on the NA server, and I think all of the players have finally made their way over the Atlantic Ocean, and we should be starting very soon. Coming from Bobology's mindset now, I mean, you have quote-unquote brought the EU server behind you, sort of. Do you try to play more aggressive here, or do you try to play control? Control?
Yeah, because you should be winning the trades, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, purely a trading game on distance, you should win, you know?
Should. Which is, by the way, what we saw on the CN server for W. Like, I think, especially over distance, they were getting out-traded heavily. Then again, trying to keep a team like W at a distance on a map like Pilsen is not the easiest feat.
I'm curious. I think the lineups will really be the one that will tell us like what kind of game we're gonna get. What do they opt for? What do they want? What do they try to achieve? And are they even considering these kind of things like about winning enough rounds?
Well, I mean, that's at the end of the day always the deciding factor, right? Winning enough rounds. And that is sometimes also what, you know, especially recently people forget. Like, if you want to win tournaments and qualify for the next ones, I mean, you kind of need to win the qualifiers for that, right? And in that same spirit, sort of the group stage of the WICI right now is the qualifier for tomorrow's playoffs. So it might sound bland, it might sound stupid or flat even, but like, if you don't win enough matches, you're not going to be advancing. And still, the situation fundamentally hasn't changed. W has one slip-up here. Like, one kind of thing where they can screw up around. But that is still the only safety net they have.
I mean, I don't know. If I'm W, I'm actually kind of chill though. You know, I've already won 2 rounds. Keeping that into...
The way those rounds were won, though?
Yeah, but they won them. That's all that matters at the end, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, actually, we are waiting for one a CN observer this time around.
Unbelievable.
So, yeah, it seems like they haven't quite made it into the lobby yet. That is the holdup. But hopefully we are going to be commencing soon. Who do you think this small little break, once again, is going to be working in favor more of? Is it going to be Burbo? Yeah, Burbology, because they can kind of mentally reset?
Yeah,
or...
they can mentally reset and prepare for the next 2 rounds on an A server. I'm out.
I mean, you kind of participated in a lot of NA tournaments before, so you will be a little bit more in the mindset of the players. How much is Burbology a team where, you know, if they see the little bit in the time after losing 2 rounds, how much does that work against their mental state?
I mean, I think, you know, depends on the player. You know, some players are more affected by losing than others. I think they have a mix of both, you know, people that get really affected by it and people that don't really get affected by it. So for the ones that do get affected by it, having a little break is good, you know? Gives you some time to like cool down, hopefully.
Yep. And good news, it seems like we finally have everyone here. So we should be able to commence with the next battle, which might lead to a match point, because this is best of 7. It is a 2-0 scoreline for W. They need one more to need one more, kinda. Also on Pilsen, do you like when it's played with, for example, EBR? Do you prefer RHM? Do you prefer no lights? Never mind, we're going to be heading right into the lineups. Talking about the EBR, by the way, IOS seems to be playing that one in this round here, together with double 268, Foshby, and triple mouse for W.
In return, Burbology, IS-7 T57 heavy, triple bad shot, a CS and a 268 bad shot ski hand.
Return of the King, baby. The Batchat is back. A wonderful tank. My favorite tank in the entire game, by the way. But it is obviously hard to execute. Burbology, they will be on a bit of a long cooldown here, and especially against those 268s. The Batchats might be in for a bad surprise, because that 268 has some very nasty HE. When it does actually manage to penetrate, you kind of, you know, one-shot those Batchats kind of quickly. Also, Squeezy and Nempal with a small little trap here. IOS with the immediate spot. How much damage are the 268s going to do on the cross? Deity getting spotted in that CS, but he doesn't take damage.
That's pretty good for him in that regard, to not take anything. But the triple bat key, I don't like it. You know, like, it's very hard to make it work. Will they be able to surprise the EBR even? And how does W react when they see triple bat shot?
That's always the thing. The triple Batchat, it has the potential to work out beautifully and completely spiral out of control, but getting this initial engage can be pretty problematic, as Deity getting spotted here. IOS doesn't know what's coming for him, though, right now. Doesn't seem to be correctly situated in the bushes as Chase gets spotted, but IOS is super close towards them. But actually, the onslaught modifier is only 25 meters spot, proxy spot, do kind of save him. IOS makes it out for now. Does finally get spotted for shooting. Oh, has to repair his wheel. Is he going to take more for the cross? No. That is a narrow escape.
That is a very good trade for W, though, and now they're starting to run over the IS-7 in the middle of the map, who's only really covered by a T57 heavy. They have to keep pushing this with these bad shots, and Dark Ninja is putting some shots out. You can see December now getting flanked by Squeezy in the 268 as well. This IS-7 is dead in the water. The Fosh B is even making it back to K6 as well, and it's not looking good for Burbology Keyhand, to be honest. December is now getting flanked fully by this 268. You can see that big damage arriving. That's the 268.
Exactly, Dark Ninja, I mean, he's trying to cover, but he can't really, and you can see the Batchats furiously scrambling back on the rotation. Squeezy might be a point of contention, though, for the team of W. He's kind of alone, and there's 3 tanks headed his way. Squeezy already taking the first big hit by Drabs, down towards 2.1, is not even looking the way of the tanks of Babology as he is headed away, takes a lot of damage in towards the back of his tank, down towards a 2-shot chase, immediately pop in the reload, a strike goes down, Squeezy, a 1-shot.
So this is pretty good now back for Burbology. Yeah, they're down in HP, but they have found pretty good success in return though, on towards Squeezy in that 268. And now Chase might even sneak past onto the strike. No, he opts to stay. December taking that strike. Can Mentos find the kill? Yes, he can. Beautiful shooting there from Mentos. Finally puts that IS-7 out of his misery. But now though, IO's starting to take back the field. It's a 7-on-6, and Burbology starting to lose those positions.
Starting to lose the positions. I mean, 1 gun down, it doesn't sound like much, but it can spiral out of control. Now, however, Mentos there in the mouse tanking like a champ. The strike gets placed on towards him, but it is only a small one from one of those sniper mediums. He now finally becomes a 1-shot. Will he be able to do 1 more shot of damage, possibly making the Batshot a 1-shot? No, but a big shot in towards Chase here from another 268 by Nepal. That is, it's going to make him a 1-shot as well, just like Muscles in the Batshot. And it seems like Babology, that just slowly not only running out of HP, but out of tanks. Finally, Mentos bites the dust, but Chase immediately counter-killed, leaving only Dady alive here. And W, make it 1, make it 2, make it 3, baby. They go on match point. Babology so far not really in the match.
No, not really working out for them. They have 1 more opportunity, Kihan, let's put it that way. This triple ban, if it found the EBR, maybe, but it didn't even manage to do that, you know, like, really found no success worth talking about. The only thing they found was the push B doing some free damage.
Yeah, indeed. And that is now pretty problematic for Burbology, actually. Because, well, for them, I mean, yeah, you can go down 0-2 on the opposing server, but then on your own server, you're supposed to start racking up those rounds. I mean, remember, not all is lost quite yet, but it is dire times at the moment, because if they go out 0-4, then what does that mean for the group results? Quite the change.
It's spicy, Key. Spicy, spicy, spicy. It's big cojones, so to pick a triple bat at this point.
It is big cojones, but it seems like, you know, W brought some scissors in that round.
I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. Like this triple bat. I think this is the Ensk round that we're watching, though.
Yes, it is. But I should be able to fix that quite quickly. Here we go. As
Thank
yeah,
you.
Mentos
Ian.
was top damage.
You see these bats, bro? Like 400 on Octo, 1.5 on Muscles.
6-4-1 as well. Like the shooting, kind of meh, if we're honest. It's not it's meh. And I mean, Dady and Dark showing up. December also. I mean, shout out to December. He was staying alive for a pretty long amount of time in that IS-7, but realistically, he was gonna die. If you're in an IS-7 1v1 against Mouse, if you don't manage to side hack the tank, you're dead. Just because the Mouse starts with so much more HP.
Yeah, like the thing is, W started with so much extra HP that these bad shots need to do at least 2.5k each to make it worth, you know? Because you're already starting down on HP because you bring in those squishy tanks, so the fact that they two of them together do like 60% of a mouse is not good enough.
Exactly. And this now means that, I mean, I have to check Liquipedia once again. Great website, by the way, for following these kinds of tournaments. But actually, like, if Burbology lose this one 0-4, then Burbology is out, no? Because 1-1 won 4-1 against W.
Yeah, they lost 4-2.
Herbology won only quote-unquote 4-2 against 1-1. So if W now wins 4-0 against Herbology, then the round differences would work in a way that
1-1 would be top of the group then, no?
Yes, because of the head-to-head.
Yes, well, because of the head-to-head, so they would be actually winning the group after all somehow. It's funny, no?
That would be kind of crazy. So I guess 1-1, cheering for W right now. And they're going to be cheering in possibly the last round of the day. W coming in, and they want to extend their win streak here in this last match of the group stage. W100, Mouse, double T57, a Batcha 25T, and a Frosh B.
In return, Herbology, E100, IS7, double bat, and Gorilla, a V4, and an IHM.
Well, Grilla on Pilsen. What are we thinking, Darky?
It can work. I mean, I guess initially he will set up to shoot somebody going in the middle, maybe. But in this case, he's going to go towards K1. It can work if they drive into him, Key. They will not know until they push, you know?
They might not. And yeah, one of those 1K alpha shells, I mean, boosted Grilla alpha can be really annoying to deal with, as we see Herbology taking a lot of map control on the coal piles. As, yeah, W not really looking to go towards that. Instead, they're setting up heavily around the cap with those admittedly very heavy tanks that they have. Dady in the I-7 has made it in towards the artillery strike in the middle of the map, but Squeezy already taking the one on the A1 position. So far, though, no one on the cap for W, and this means that Herbology are going to be working on their nuclear arsenal of their own, picking up one, probably soon to make that two. However, Chase in that Grilla is behind Dark Ninja in the 100 to possibly provide support, but a bounce coming out by the Grilla. Dady taking 1K immediately to the face. The strike, how much is it gonna do? It does strike home, 1200 to the face. Another strike here, that is 2400.
That is a lot of damage in this regard, but Dady taking a lot back as well in that I-7, but he's safe. He has a mouse behind him though, but that mouse is now getting flying by Octo as well in the Batshot 25T. What can they do? December is going to be the next target though. He's getting squashed between two groups, Eos and Squeezy on one, Hytox Frugo on another. It's starting to look not that great for Herbology. The Gorilla, is he hitting something? Maybe. We don't even know. He's coming off of reload in a second. He might give a big clap to an E100 or something. He finds Frugo in the T57 heavy. Mentos is now in trouble as well in the mouse. He has an Archem behind him. Dejdi from the other angle. They pick him up. It's 6 on 5. There is still a Grilla, and this Grilla actually is going to have a relatively good time right now. He finds another shot. He does get spotted for that, and he will probably die rather quickly. Hayo starting to clip out on this Grilla as well, and now there needs to be Herbology coming in here and doing some damage because they're about to lose Chase, and Dark Ninja will not live too much longer.
Exactly, Chase getting picked up by Squeezy, who will probably go unspotted soon, and Dark Ninja is getting double teamed. I mean, Ios is on the reload, but Squeezy still with shots available is going to pour those into Dark Ninja. Dark Ninja, though almost in the grave, is able to pull one of those E100s from W into it with him, goes down towards 58. Probably not long for this world. Someone kill this man as Squeezy picks up Dady, making it once again gun parity, and W with the quick double kill now have more guns available, but Herbology, not that much down in HP, are playing with double, medium clip tank, and an RHM. Not all is lost yet.
Amazing strike from Squeezy to pick up Dejdi. Dejdi not realizing Squeezy still had the strike, you know, and Squeezy, good shot there from Hytox. And Squeezy finds that when he's on K1. I think he striked him in the middle. That is a damage gone, you know, and a kill that they would not be able to generate later either, because no info available. And now it will be hard for Herbology here. They're going to have to play the angles to find those resets. They're doing exactly that. If we use the information tower, they know that they have a good strike opportunity as well. Octo coming closer already. They need to play the long game. Muscles closing the distance. They're going to be real careful to make sure that they have the approach always covered.
Oh, Itox, they were trying to cover the angles, but takes a reset actually from Muscles. But I don't think the strike, at least by Muscles, is going to get captured in time. The one by Draps will be, though, and this is why W now starting to drive off the cap. Octobear with that bad shot opts out of peeking quite yet, and this means that all of a sudden he's deep. He's deep behind enemy lines. Muscles there taking a shot as well. This is still anyone's for the taking as Octobear finds Squeezy out in the open. Squeezy is obviously going to retaliate, but he does have less HP, and this means Octo is going to pick it up. Takes a lot more damage for that one, though, as Ios might be able to cut off Octo once again, establishing a gun advantage for W.
They pick off that one kill, but Muscles now starting to clip out against Itox. Needs to be careful because he's about to get pushed by Itox, and then Stinger and the Fush B will join him as well. Muscles now, I think, realizing or not realizing the danger that he's in. He's starting to get clipped out. That's clear for the Stinger. He will not miss. And there goes the hopes. There goes the dreams of North America as Muscles goes down. It's just Drops waiting, and 4-0 is what it will be.
4-0 is what it will be indeed, as Drops takes another shot. And this is anything but a victory lap coming out from the North American player here. Babology coming into this match with a real chance to throw out the OLS reigning champion W, to knock them out of the WICI. But they get cleanly swept on either server. W stay alive in the competition. And in this group here, it is, I would say, a surprising victor of 1-1 to take the lead.
Yeah, 1-1. It's actually going to win their group. It's going to be W second, 200 milliseconds brain delay. But that sets us up for it's very funny, but it's like a WCI kind of style that we're going to get. It sets us up for an EU semi-final, exactly the same as a WCI by Ricky Hunt, and a NA versus China other semi-final. On the other hand, it's funny how the universe works, no?
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. So this means that well, every server will still have some to cheer for tomorrow, as yeah, we will have, as you mentioned, the EU versus EU semi-final. That, by the way, also is going to be a rematch of not only the AMD Onslaught Legends Series number 3 Grand Finals, but also a rematch of the Season 2 Grand Finals. It is going to be, I think, at this point in time, you could call it an absolute classic. It's going to be W against Cashback. And on the other side of the bracket, we are going to have NA represent. It's going to be the team of Stacked against 1-1.
It's going to be an interesting match, Key. Let's say that much. It's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, the ball never really got rolling for Berbo on this one, to be honest. And I think this 4v3 at the end, they really did not play it out that well all together compared to what they had and what they did.
Yeah, no, I think they were getting a little bit too close towards the enemy tanks. Like, they had a very squishy lineup there at the end with a double Batchat and RHM. So that means they need to play the distance, they need to play the angles, and they need to play the information game. But they, well, I guess got forced by W to come close. And, well, whenever you get close to E100s and, like, Stingers, Force Bs with a Batchat, you're not going to have such a great old time, right? So, yeah, I think W, you could really see going into the match that W was still mentally, I think, maybe on the NA server, sorry, on the CN server, they were kind of struggling mentally with what had happened against 1-1. But as this match went on, they really got into their groove. But let's get a quick look at the post-battle stats as well here in between both of those teams. And well, the damage spread on W is actually not that great. It's just that Itox and Squeezy both had a good game.
They did have a very good game. How much did the Gorilla do? Because if he didn't do at least 4K, then I don't know. Not a good pick.
3.5 and 1 kill.
Yeah.
Does that count as 4K?
Yeah, kinda. I think we will count it.
But yeah, December going down with one shot of
that
damage.
before closing the distance to get flanked from behind was not fair. Like, they were okay with losing Dejdi, you know, like they did a lot of damage in return. I think they would have taken all the positions, but the V4 ended up being completely out of position, you know. I think he closed the distance towards the factory, which allowed him to get pushed from behind. If he was alive, the Gorilla would have a bigger game impact, you know, if he was somewhere else or not even getting flanked like this, you know.
And I think for W as well, they recognize that, you know, there is a Gorilla and it's going to hurt, but if they push through and they kill the Gorilla, like as soon as that one gets spotted, it's like easy pickings. And they also pick up the E100 that's kind of covering the Gorilla as well. So, you know, two birds with one stone kind of strategy. So I think a good call there from W to secure a victory. And I mean, for Burbo, it's kind of unfortunate. They had a really good showing against the North American team. But yeah, this is going to mean that we talked about it a little bit already. The matchups for tomorrow are right here in front of your eyes. And actually, we have, you know, the Group B, kind of a, you know, easy affair.
You know, like, because Herbology lost. Do you see where it says 0 cashback in W, like the points they have? It looks like a sad bald eagle, you know? No?
I mean, if you want it to be, yeah.
I feel like the shape makes me think of a bald eagle, but it's crying, you know?
Well, the bald eagle is not going to be crying too much because if you look at the other side of the bracket, they're stacked. Is still in it and in it to win it, but their opponents are the team of 1-1 who have looked pretty crisp, at least against W, not so much against Herbology. But good news for 1-1 is that menace has been sent out of the tournament. So as you said, we're gonna be having the EU Classic in one semifinal, which will be cashback against W. And then the second final is going to be 1-1 against Stacked. So China against North America. That all being said and done, we obviously want to remind you of all the sweet Twitch drops that are, were, and will be still for grabs. Today in the morning during the NA versus CN matches, you could get some small consumables. Now for this stream, you were able to get some big consumables, 5 of each. But tomorrow is when it gets really spicy because there will be you know, a Deo Premium or pretty sick camos or even sicker premium tanks.
Exactly. Goodies for everybody. Even Kihad might get something if we're feeling, you know, nice to him.
If we're feeling generous, and obviously if you weren't able to, you know, collect all the drops on this admittedly pretty long stream already, then you should be able to do it still on this guy's channel, because as always, we are going to be raiding Daki after. You will be able to finish claiming your drops there as well. And maybe, you know, if you have some questions as towards what just happened, you should be able to ask this guy as well. That all being said and done, thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you all tomorrow with the semis and the finals of the WICI, sponsored by AMD. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.